Well, time for a relaxing, knowing exactly what I'm gonna do stream. Where I do quests. Because we need to grind for Steve Escoffier. There's nobody in my chat right now, which is a little weird. Did I accidentally private my live stream? I'm just checking. I know I didn't have it very scheduled. Normally I schedule my streams more ahead of time than I did. It was only scheduled like 15 minutes ahead of time, so it's not that surprising. No, I have 11 concurrent viewers. Okay, oh hi. Hello. I was just slightly concerned that I didn't configure something properly. Can we be mutual in Genchin? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Mutual? I know what mutual means. I just don't know what the entire sentence is. I don't know what you're asking for. Anyways. What are we doing? Yes, we're doing main account quick. Surely, not spending very long here. Okay, had to clear my throat. So I muted briefly there. Think I do that beforehand. Not gonna do that right now. Yeah, I believe based on the planning I did yesterday, we should only have to take, we only need like 400 primo gems to get to a 10 pull-ish. So that should be theoretically easy. Theoretically. Oh, it means adding as friends. I think my friend request list is full. Wait, that's recent. Yeah. I have to deny friend requests to be able to accept friend requests. I mean, I guess, what arbitrary logic can we use to deny people? All the people with Escoffier pictures. No. I mean, not people with Lanyon pictures. That's just an auto ad. There you go. There's one. There you go. There's space for one friend request here. I don't know where new ones show up, but bam. Here we go. Yup. Anywho's, what was I doing? We are doing something on my main account today. We already have Calamity of Eshu level 90. We don't need, I mean, I can do this, but I don't think I need, if I want Finale of the Deep level, I can wait until next patch to do that. I'm not too concerned about that. And I also still have Haran available for Miss Sporkle if I need. Yeah, okay. So, tea parties. Let's go here. So, what do we do then? Should I retitle the stream? What's a better stream title? Should I just retitle the stream something generic? I don't know. I just type in half the time I just type in the first thing that pops in my brain. Why is, oh dearie me, we are so desperate requesting the first thing that popped in my brain? I couldn't tell you. But that was the first thing that popped into my brain. Not keep the title? Okay. Well, there you go. Hello. I didn't claim the things, the primo gems. Plap. So, I think today is just a... Wait, I forgot about Skyward Spine. I think today, other than Skyward Spine Factor, is just... no, I did this yesterday. Yeah. Okay, I think today is just a ley line farming day, which is truly the most exciting of days. But oh well. Would I like to artifact farm? Sure. Do I need to artifact farm? Nope. And I already decided to do the elixir thing for Spork's Circlet, so that I don't have to artifact farm. So we're not going to. We're going to leyline. Even though it's boring. Alright. And go here. Why are you farming for Skyward? Escoffier. Because I'm using around Fav. Why? Fav energy good. I don't think Skyward Spine is actually going to be preferable for me necessarily, but I'd rather have Skyward Spine leveled up and available to use, particularly because of the fact that I'm using Escoffier in in teams where she is not needing to burst consistently, because I enjoy Escoffier more. She feels like a more balanced character, and her teams feel better to me when they don't use Farina. And when they don't use Farina, she doesn't have to really burst every rotation, but it's still kind of nice to burst every rotation. Like, it's not bad, right? It does a bit of damage. It can keep you alive. So, anyways, point being, I like the balance of having some middle ground approach where I have an energy weapon that gives a little bit of crit value, right? 16 crit value is still decent. And high base attack lets me take more advantage of my attack percent circlet, and just gives a decent, well-rounded build. Point is all that is. So, you know. Yep. ZZZ live stream tomorrow. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Any expectations? I mean, boy, it's probably gonna be a long stream because there's a lot of stuff in this patch in Zenless. So I don't know. I should wake. What time is it? Not like what time is it right now. What time is it at? ZZZ 2.0 live stream. I love that I have to find some kind of article. It is one of the rare things Game8.co is useful for is these stupid gacha live streams. Because they do this, which is helpful. Thank you. So yeah, there you go. And they have a countdown, notably as well, which is also helpful. So there you go. That is, you know, early. That's at 6 a.m. for me. Which I've talked before how my sleep schedule, my natural fall asleepy time is like 3 a.m. So 6 a.m. is quite literally middle of my sleepy time. So I don't know. Is the answer? I don't know is the answer if I'm gonna live stream that, but I might. We might. But it might be I really don't want to. I don't know. We'll see. Is RTX 4060 good? That's a very off-topic question. It's a perfectly okay GPU, I think. I'm pretty sure you can get more bang for the buck performance-wise if you buy like an Intel B580, are they called? But any new GPU can be a little bit tricksy to get your hands on in the current day. So, you know, 4060 should run most games with reduced settings, 1080p, perfectly fine. Anyways, what are we doing? Ley lines. Alright, you know what we're doing? We're doing ley lines in Fontaine. Why? Because I don't think I need the gears, but I might need the gear. Actually, wait. Just remembered. I also need Spork talent materials, not that. It is today. Okay. Well. I can grab 11 of these? What? Why do I have that many? Oh. I see. Wait, what? That doesn't make sense. I'm confused. Oh, I have 30. Oh, I see. Never mind. Okay, it's fine. Oh, gosh. Alright. I want enough talent materials to at least have Spork's talents level 99 skill and burst. So, you know, do need to farm some of these. Thoughts on Silver Palace? It's a trailer. I'm sorry, I don't know. Other video games, I'd like if people ask me thoughts on video games that were not gacha games. I don't know. You're asking someone who inherently dislikes gacha games. So I don't know. But also, to be clear, of any game that doesn't actually exist yet is a trailer. I'm sorry. I'm not a hype boy. It's a trailer. Let's see what the actual video game is. Oh, I almost forgot about Bongo Cat. I almost forgot. So here, let me move the window. It's very important here. Very important. So you see all these blue items here. These are all rares. As you can see, I've had Bongo Cat for like, what, a month now or something? I don't know. You see how many rares I don't have? And the game has trolled me. Or the game. It's the Bongo Cat has trolled me and given me 2 duplicates, rares, of the 2 rares that I have. Twice. Which is stupid and very trolly. Here, let's get a there you go. Orange cat duplicate to start. Point being, let's see what we get for a rare. Surely it's not a duplicate glasses or unicorn horn. It's a new item. Wow. Crazy. Crazy. Who knew that was possible for me to get a new item? Perfect. Is it my favorite new item? No. But you know what? It's new. That's better than a duplicate. Alright. Bongo Cat is a gacha? I mean, yes, but it doesn't require spending money. There's no meaningful... The gacha is like anything with randomized elements for like on a social level, not on a technical level, whatever. I mean, there's no technical legal definition of gacha. Anyways, we got a new item for Bongo Cat for once. That's high rarity. What a world. What's actually kind of surprising is I've had Bongo Cat going for so long, and I haven't gotten a single rare item without up converting things, because I think they have a drop rate of like 1%, and I've definitely opened more than 100 chests so far. In fact, actually, I can check how many I've opened. I have lifetime taps of 1.1 million, so that means I've opened like 400 chests, right? I've opened like 400 chests with Bongo Cat, and supposedly the drop rates of the rare items just from the chests themselves is like 1%, if I recall. I'd have to go double check. But like... What? Is my point? Maybe it's not. Maybe I should go double check. I'll go check the Steam page here. Where is the other one? There it is. Hello, Zepsy. What? Okay. Don't really need to worry about stopping here. Looking at how much I have, but let's check Bongo Cat real quick. Very important. Very important. Bongo Cat. Let's see. Drop rates. Sorry, the rare is 0.49%. So still, like 0.49% for drop rate for rare. I should have seen like a rare item like twice by now from Bongo Cat, from just the chests. I've gotten 0. It's rude. And it's given me 2 duplicates of the ones that were up converts. Like, it's just so rude. Anyways. My Bongo Cat luck is terrible for the point. Anyways. You had a nightmare about UCC. What is UCC? Is that a university? Oops. Alright, almost minimum drops. Wonderful. Click on the right on brain. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, we almost got talent level 6 materials done today. How exciting. You have Lanyon Bongo Cat? Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, rare items are 5 stars, basically. That's what we learned. Rare items are 5 stars in Bongo Cat. And I don't have my burst up, but whatever. And somehow I've gotten duplicate 5 stars. Rude. Oh, the spider leg robot from Sinless. Ah, that thing. Yeah. I thought I recognized UCC. Why do you have nightmares about UCC? I enjoy that boss. I think it's fun. It's not the same amount of fun for every team. Like, you know, and it's much more like most teams fight it in the same way, I would say. But I don't know. I've seen some people optimize things against that boss. I'm just like I have no. There was someone that I think BP Penguins in my Discord chat posted something like a clip of them getting 55,000 points with Hugo Lighter Lycon against UCC, I'm just like, wow. And they are doing like wild things like triggering an anomaly at certain times to and freeze at certain times to just ridiculous. Anyways, point is, UCC I think is an equalizer for most teams and most players. But why am I going in that screen? Just want to see what we have. Okay, so don't need any. Will I do? Yeah, I think I'll probably. Yeah, I don't know. Am I gonna do infusion shenanigans with Skirk? I'm not gonna say I'm not going to, because like there's some value to infusions in Skirk, particularly in like the co-op mode, so that you can do some elemental application with Bennett infusion or whatever. But like it's mostly just the elemental application. I don't think the actual damage from her normal attacks, her normal attack talent matters when she's not in her skill state, right? So let me double check her multipliers with her non. So it's her all of her skill multipliers, in case you're not aware, for Spork, come from her skill talent, right? So this is whatever, or the normal attack talent, the whatever we call it. I don't know. I don't know what to call it anymore, because they don't even have a label on it anymore. But the skill talent, but she does all normal attack damage, but the skill talent overrides all of her normal attack multipliers, right? So her baseline normal attack multipliers, I think, are poo-poo. Yeah, they are. She has 1 hit, 100%, 2 hit, 98%. Is that level 10? 3 hit, 64 times 2. 4 hit, 120. 5 hit, 163. And charge attack is 130 times 2. Compare that to her multipliers in her special state, is 262%, 1 hit. And this is without the like extra like passive that's multiplying, increasing this even further, right? So 262%, 236, 150 times 2, 160 times 2, 388, and then 88.1 times 3 for the charge attack. So like, point being, her normal attack talent damage is basically irrelevant. I don't think, as much as I like shenanigans, we can't see. I wasn't showing you anything. I was talking about it. There's a reason I wasn't showing it. Because I was showing it on my phone. Why did you... I wasn't trying to show you anything. That's why I was reading all the exact numbers aloud. Like why would I read the exact numbers aloud if I was trying to show you things? Anyways, to be clear, I'd read numbers aloud, but not every single number. I was specifically reading it all like that because I was not showing it. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh yeah, so point being, I don't think I need to save any more than 6 of these. Do we believe in Layla today? Sure, I'll believe in Layla today. Layla, if you don't give me 1, you're scamming me. Yep. Layla been scamming me. Alright. Should have learned my lesson. Anyways. Anywho's. Yep, so yeah, Skirk's normal attack is useless. May as well leave it level 1. It'll look more aesthetically pleasing being 199 or 11010 if I end up liking Skirk as much as I do in the janky Skirk teams, to be clear. I will min-max Skirk in janky Skirk teams. There's no reason not to. Assuming I end up enjoying the janky Skirk teams as much as I think I will. So, anyways. But is a lot of farming. So, does it make sense for me to do as a content creator who has priorities of like maybe who should consider other priorities of like, farming other characters for other characters, that is. I mean, yes, but yes, but also, I wanted to check something. What was Skyward Spine at? Oh yeah, 3 out of, okay, that's Saturday, Sunday. Okay, cool. But yeah, my priority is just get this leveled, Skirk talents. Skirk boss. Pre-farming more Heroes Wits for sports. And also, how much do I have right now? Because I still need to do a Pyro Traveler video. But what do I need? I need, I'm probably going to level 90 Skirk. Like I said, I want to min-max Skirk into Jankar's teams, which means I got to, like, put resources into her to make her Jankar's team as good as possible. Anyway, divide these by 4. I have 278 plus 183, which means, yeah, I need to farm. So I have enough right now for, like, one character to be level 90, so Skirk. But I need enough to also be able to level 90 Pyro Traveler. It'd also be nice to have more than that, because other characters exist too. Yep. So, anywho's. MH set on Skirk is not good. What was that? What was that the takeaway? Where did you hear that from? Literally everyone and their dog is saying MH is technically best on her in her best teams. Because Farina enables MH, and the crit value is higher than the damage bonus that is given. But her set is better if you're doing her burst DPS playstyle. Her set is better if you dare, this is a crazy idea, I know, but if you dare want to play Skirk in non-Farina teams. I know, crazy suggestion. You might need Farina in other teams. What? Or you get constellations and then weird crap happens, like this set is equivalent to her artifact set. With C1 and higher, basically. Yup. Why? Mihoyo things, I guess? I don't know. Why? I honestly think they should just... They don't need to change the charge attack damage in her C1 to normal attack damage. Just remove the damage type at all. Just make it 500% without any damage type. Like normal or charge attack. It'll annoy people. People will throw a hissy fit briefly, like, ugh. Like all it would do is make it so that this artifact set isn't better. But anyways, the higher constellation you go, the more this artifact set technically does not become her best set, which is funny. But who cares? Who cares? The constellation, people that get constellations can get screwed over, and for their build options and being more unoptimal, that's fine. There should be more punishment for getting constellations in the game. Let's be real. Anywho's, I was thinking yesterday, by the way, because I saw... What am I doing? Am I done this count? I think I'm done this count. I was thinking, by the way, because I don't really care about Fate that much, particularly since Mihoyo has committed the sin of, for some reason, choosing to have Saber. I don't know why people like Saber, but choosing to have Saber running and like as a character in Star Rail, and Archer, aka Shiro. And like Archer Shiro makes sense, right? Okay, and he's given for free. Where's Rin? Where's Rin? Yeah, where's Gilgamesh? Gilgamesh is objectively cooler. But like, where's Tosaka? That's Rin. For anyone not aware of Fate. I'm not really that big of a Fate fan, but like, where's Rin? Where's Astolfo? Exactly. Because she's iconic in the Fate community. I mean, yeah, I understand that, but like, I also don't understand why her animations are more boring than Archer, the free character. But I think the animators just have favorites, I guess. Because the animators are respectable people who dislike Saber. I don't know. I'm sorry. Saber's character is boring. I remember nothing meaningful about her. I don't understand why people like Saber. Okay? I'm sorry. I really... Maybe it's a little bit risky of me, I will say, to hate on a popular character from the Fate series, I guess. Because I feel like that's the #1 way to get some haters, almost, is hate on something from the Fate series. Wait, Archer seems like he's stronger? I don't care. I don't give two shites about their kit, to be clear. If I try Star Rail again because of this patch, it's going to be because I want to make a silly video being like, I came back to Star Rail after a year, or I quit Star Rail, but I came back for this, and then it'll just be like, Yep, this is still Star Rail. Hey, the story's pretty good. I can't be arsed to be engaged with the gacha grind again. So, also the animations I'm fine on, or whatever his name is a little over the top. Like, funny over the top, but, you know, that's all Star Rail is. It's just animations anyways, so it's fine. If you don't like the animations in Star Rail, you don't like the combat in Star Rail, that's for sure. Star Rail's entire combat has become cinematics, so, you know, and flashy animations, and that's fine. There is value to that. So any plans on going back to Wuwa? Nope, sorry. I can't, I don't know. Like, Star Rail broke me, but broke me in a way that I was willing to come back for story. I've heard that Wuwa's story is good and whatever with the new update, but like, I don't know, I'm sorry. The feeling of like the more I played Wuwa, the less I liked it. Latched itself into my brain so hard that like, I'm sorry. I don't care. HSR story is horrible. Okay. I'm not saying the main story is good. The value of the story in Star Rail is not the main story. The main story is a crapshoot, like same kind of crapshoot that Genshin's main story is. What am I doing? Where's the crafting table? There it is. What I was saying when I refer to the story in Star Rail, I mean like the side stories in Star Rail are almost always just really good. Like, I don't know why, but the side stories in Star Rail just hit pretty well for me. So, anywho's. Going back to Star Rail will not be like a thing I suspect I'll stick with, but... And in fact, I might go in, be annoyed that it takes me 5 years to do anything, and then not make a video and just immediately uninstall again. Because gacha games. So, anywho's. There's no side stories in Star Rail anymore? Wait, what? Are you serious? Like the new region in Star Rail doesn't have all the side quests? Why would they do that? There are mini quests? Oh, okay. Well, alright. What should we farm? This count doesn't need to farm anything, so, you know. We farm whatever can get us tiny improvements. I guess we can go to Inazuma, and then we need to figure out what quests we're doing. Because we are continuing the grind. The goal... Wait, let's double check our Primogem situation. The goal, so... Did I claim dailies yet? I did. Okay, good job. The goal... Yeah. The goal, sorry, is to... check this. Get to a 10 pull at minimum. Ideally more. What? Oh, come on. Frick you, Mahoyo. Okay, this said unlocks in a day yesterday, right? Right? I'm not being stupid. These three things said unlocks in a day, and it's like, okay, cool. And then it also said this unlocks in a day. The implication there was that the final bit of the preset scenarios would unlock, and then whatever this mode is unlocks. Mahoyo, can you just put accurate times in your things? If it's going to be a day in 13 hours, like, why did they both say a day? They both said unlock in 1 day. Anyways, whatever. So, anywho's, as far as gacha games go, I'd rather would try a new gacha game like Silver Palace than go back to Wuwa. I'm sorry. What was I saying? Oh yeah, so we got 120 Primogems there. 120 Primogems there, which puts us at 999. How exciting. So, yeah, we need about 400 and some Primogems. I was correct. Sounds good. We can do that. Surely, right? Anyways, I also don't really want to try gacha games in general. I can tell you right now, the games on my list to play are not gachas. So, right now, I'm enjoying Balatro. In a couple weeks, I'll probably be playing a little bit of Mario Kart World, because that seems like it kind of is interesting. I don't know if it'll actually be good, but I'm very open to the idea of a Mario Kart game trying something different. We'll see if I actually end up liking it. So, yeah. Other games, Claire, what is the convoluted name for the... Okay. What is the convoluted name for the Claire Obscure Expedition 33? Whatever. That game. Want to play that one? Are you buying a Switch 2 for Mario Kart? I mean, there's no other way to play Mario Kart World, so... What's your guess? It does necessitate the system to play it on. And I'm like 99% sure I was going to buy a Switch 2 eventually anyways. And while I was initially upset, I was initially upset about the price of the Switch 2 being $500. And then I learned it's actually $450. And what I had told myself was that, like, what I would have liked to see is that the Switch 2 be priced at $400. That's where I wanted to see the pricing. Because, like, I didn't think it was going to be the same price as the Switch, like $300. I thought it was going to be $400. Like, only $50 more than I expected is fine. Like, $500 was enough that I felt very negatively about the Switch initially, like most people Switch 2. And I guess I try this. But anyway, how do you feel about Nintendo's new user agreement? Nintendo being anti-consumer asshole piece of shit company is nothing new. I don't know. Like, it doesn't surprise me at all. And like, yeah, I know the solution is don't buy Nintendo products. I understand. The thing is, I don't actually buy that many Nintendo games or play that much on Nintendo games other than when there's one specific game. But like, you know, Nintendo makes good video games and they innovate in making video games as long as the company making them is not Game Freak. So I don't know. Like, I like playing good video games. So tell Nintendo to stop making good video games, and then I'll stop buying their consoles. Until that point, you know what? Oh well. They can get away with being assholes, and I'm gonna do what I can to get around their asshole policies. Part of the reason of me wanting to buy a Switch 2, by the way, on launch, is the launch hardware is the most likely to have a hardware flaw that... The launch hardware is most likely to have a hardware flaw that allows some bypassing of software restrictions, which is the same. I still have my original Switch, right? I still have my original Switch, which had a hardware flaw. So, anyways, goose on the loose. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah. Anywho's, yeah, the Switch 2 is expensive. I actually have much more of a problem with Nintendo's move to digital game cards. I find that extremely misleading. But fundamentally, I don't think it's any different than what... Like, I don't think people realize this. It's the same shit as what Xbox and PS5 moved to a while ago, where... If you buy, like, the disc copy of a game, the disc just, like, transfers the data to the console, and you need the disc in the console as, like, a key verification that you own the game. Like, it's just, like buying physical copies, as far as the individual user experience, there's value to reselling, right? How does hardware flaw help you? It gives you... If there's a hardware flaw that allows bypassing the software, you can install custom software. Like, I can go put custom software on my OG Switch if I want, and it's no longer has Nintendo bullshittery. So, anyways, yeah, the game keys thing is like fundamentally not different at all from what, you know, Sony and Xbox do, right? With discs. What am I doing? We need to figure out what actually we can do as well. Yeah. It's actually sorry. It's not different at all what they do from discs, because like the disc is just a key to verify that you own the game, essentially. And it honestly is just annoying as shit to play physical games on PlayStation console. And yes, they did that as a move to one that was necessary to some extent, right? Like these aren't just companies that are just being like, they're trying to leech as much money as they possibly can from game consumers. Like, is that part of the motive? Yeah, I'm sure it is. But like, in reality, it's also like game asset sizes have game asset sizes have ballooned to such an extent that like even high capacity discs can't hold them. And you have situations like Nintendo now where they are using game cards, and flash memory is not non-zero price. What I find insulting, though, and this is probably why, by the way, actually because some physical games, like the annoying thing with Nintendo's is that they're inconsistent, where some physical games are going to still be like actual game data on the cartridge, not like a key that authenticates that you own the game, like other manufacturers. Like across the board, you know, Sony and Xbox are all the physical discs are that, right? All physical discs are the Nintendo's equivalent to game cards, but disc form. The difference is Nintendo is inconsistently applying that. And there's some games, like I believe Mario Kart World, for example, I think will not be a game card game in a physical form, a game key card. It will be a physical, like the data is actually all there, and it's no key bullshittery. So, anyways, point being, it's annoying. I don't plan to buy physical Nintendo games that have a game key card. The only value of buying those is if you want to resell them realistically, which is the same reason it's the literal only value to buying physical games in disc form, in my mind. For what am I need to figure out what we're doing. It's the only reason to buy physical disc games for Xbox and PlayStation is so that you can resell them. Otherwise, it's just annoying. So I don't know. Anyways, no, it's a game key card. Yeah, but that's what discs are. Yes, there's a difference with the implementation of having to go online or not, but like, it does, whatever. I'm not saying Nintendo's implementation is less asshole-ish. It's fundamentally the same idea. Anyways, point being, yeah, they're being annoying, and my solution to the game keycard problem is to not buy the game keycards. I'm not gonna buy those, because that's not what I want. But that's also what Nintendo wants, right? Like, they'd rather you buy the digital product anyways, because that's the win-win scenario. Is like economic inevitability is like made it. What? What? Brain, what are you doing? Why didn't I just teleport? Why can't I just teleport here, please? Anyways, the games need to be stored on, like, their file sizes for games are potentially higher than makes cost sense for businesses to sell physical games on, right? Like, that's the reason PS5 and Xbox went to that. Like, their assets ballooned, the game's asset size ballooned quite fast, and they needed to like transition to something else, and it had the side benefit of benefiting their business model, right? of wanting people to buy digital games because they can make more money off of digital games. So, I don't know. Anyways, point being, it's not surprising that the companies want people to buy digital games. It's not surprising, blah, 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 that we're moving towards this on a level of, like, games asset sizes are increasing faster than, you know, the cost of, like, physical storage decreases. And I don't know. It was nice that Nintendo, for a while, was, like, the holdout, is my point, when it comes to physical games. Like, Nintendo was the holdout, so I definitely preferred buying physical games for Switch 1. But I'm not going to prefer that for Switch 2. So I'm not going to buy them. And when it comes to game costs, all that increase in the game cost does is make me even more stingy on what games I'm going to buy. I'm already someone who really doesn't like paying $60 for video games. Like, it has to be a good video game for me to feel like I want to spend $60 on it. And I feel the same applies to $80 video games. Like, it's not really a difference in my mind, because I'm not buying that many $60 video games in the first place. So, for me, like, I don't think I buy more than one $60 video game a year, usually. So, we're talking like, oh, $60 games becoming $80 games means I'm spending $20 to $40 extra a year. It's fine. I don't care. But, like, I don't know. I'm sorry for not being as upset about the game pricing as other people are. It doesn't really change anything for me, because already long ago I transitioned to, you know, the Steam effect, I guess, as it were. Like, I don't know. We'll see if it works out for Nintendo, how much, if they're actually gonna be able to do what they do. Because I think Nintendo's biggest problem might be that they don't do sales, right? Like, Nintendo, they do sales, but they're tiny or pointless or barely even discount anything, right? So, like, if they're never doing sales and they're making the same, and they're having Game Freak make the same garbage quality Pokemon games that are, like, literally, I swear, like, Game Freak, I swear, is managing to make games in Pokemon games today on the modern consoles. Well, modern-ish. I know the hardware's still a little bit outdated, whatever, because it's portable, yada yada. That look worse than, like, Pokemon XD and Pokemon Coliseum on the GameCube, I swear. Or equivalent, if we're being generous. Like, so that's egregious. I am of the opinion. Like, them that inevitably charging $80 for Pokemon games is absurd. But I don't know, that's the Game Freak problem. I already stopped buying Pokemon games because they fell to such shite quality that, like, I stopped enjoying them. Like, I tried Sword and Shield, couldn't get into it for various reasons. Tried Violet and Scarlet. I didn't buy any of these. My brother did, and I keep on yelling at him just stop buying the shitty games. Anyways, I don't know. I buy video games because I think the video game is good and is worth buying. I don't know. So, anywho's, Sword and Shield were incredibly underrated. I mean, of the newer Pokemon games, it seems like Sword and Shield were the best ones. The problem with Sword and Shield that I had was, I didn't like the start. What? Wait, I can't do it at all? It literally... Hoyo. Okay, so what I thought before was that it was just this that unlocked in 13 hours. And then these were unlocked today. Okay. I like Black and White, yes. I think Black and White were one of Game Freak's best games. So, yeah. Anyways. Point being, no, I'm not going to apologize about buying a Switch 2. I was going to buy one eventually anyways. I don't think it matters if I buy one now versus buy one later. Sorry, I gotta take a drink. That's gross. I'm inevitably going to buy a Switch 2 for some Nintendo game they release that is a very good video game, because Nintendo inevitably will release some really good game that makes me want to have the Switch 2. And they are also already starting with a game that I'm interested in the form of Mario Kart World. It might be a bad game. It might not actually be worth it. I might regret it. I don't know. But it's interesting enough of a game. So, I don't know. I think the Steam Deck is much more useful than a Switch 2. Steam Deck doesn't play Nintendo games. Not without it being a pain in the ass and kludgy, to be clear. I understand that. Oh, if you're going to be like, gotcha, look at Breath of the Wild running on the Steam Deck. Thanks. Yeah, sorry, the Switch 2 has Nintendo games. That's literally the whole point of my whole yap. It's not like I like Nintendo as a company. It's, they make good enough progress that, like, I hate Apple as a company, too. I think Apple's a hypocritical garbage company overall. I still buy some Apple products, because they make products that I'd say are better than other products. And I deal with the downsides of the Apple bullshit. So, I don't know. I have a Steam Deck. I enjoy the Steam Deck for being a portable PC. But the Switch isn't a Nintendo device. It plays Nintendo games. So I don't know. I will say that Nintendo, I think, has failed in the Switch 2 generation to... I gotta figure out what quest I'm doing now. I will say that Nintendo has failed in the approach of trying to make there be, like... Because usually Nintendo, like when the Switch came out, right? The Switch was a little bit of a Nintendo effect of doing something innovative on a hardware level, right? Whereas, like, they're not doing anything, in my opinion. They're not doing anything really innovative on a hardware level in the Switch 2. Other than, like, yeah, now there is mouse input on the Switch 2 with the Joy-Con mouse function, which is good. It is for, like, ability to play different kinds of games on the Switch 2. I think that is a good thing. Like, I think I will enjoy playing Metroid Prime with the mouse input on the Switch 2. It will also probably simultaneously annoy me that they won't just let me connect my own damn mouse. Right? Like I'm gonna have to use the stupid Joy-Con mouse rather than, like, using my own mouse for playing Metroid Prime. And, like, I'd like to just connect my own damn mouse to the Switch 2 to play Metroid Prime is what I'm gonna probably feel like. So that doesn't really feel like innovation. That just feels like, hey, yeah, now you can play FPS games on the Switch without it feeling like shit. Thanks, I guess. But FPS games are not a big selling point to me. I'm not gonna, like, prioritize buying. Like, I'm not gonna buy Helldivers on the Switch. Like, why? I don't give a it's an online game. If I have to be at home anyways, I'm gonna play Helldivers on my PC. Why the hell would I play it on the Switch, right? So, anyways, the Switch when it came out was, like, so good that, like, it became the indie game console for me for a while, or, like, I bought a bunch of indie games on it. It's where most of my original time with Hades came from. But then the Steam Deck came out and whatever, and like other industries caught up into what Nintendo did, that the other companies caught up, that, you know, they made more compelling products for, like, that baseline value of a portable but powerful enough gaming console. So, like, you know, there's no reason for me to buy indie games on the Switch rather than indie games on Steam, where I could play them on my PC or my Steam Deck, right? So again, my point is like, the Switch 2 exists for being a Nintendo console for me, not because Nintendo's actually innovating in any form. And that's fine. Okay, Chronicler of the Crumbling City. I don't think this is in my list, is it? No. This is the... That's that. Okay. Let's do a Google's. Chronicler... Crumbling City. Where's this quest? Where do I start this quest? Where do I start it? Wait, what? What? Okay. Wait, this is the volcano quest, right? Why does it say? Okay, I thought. Okay. No. Wait. No. Okay. Oh no, it is. Yeah. Okay. So the Chronicler of the Crumbling City is the whole volcano quest. Okay. So what are the what are the two quests I have to do? I know I have to do Okanoton. That's one. That's why I'm saying what are the two? What are the two other quests? There's this one. I think there's one in an underground area here that I haven't done. I know I have to do Okanoton. I'm not questioning Okanoton. Where do I get the quest? Like, does anyone know what the quest is called so I can look it up? Like, it's... This is the problem. I need to get the quest in the first place right now, guys. Cave in the People of Springs. Okay, we can go there in a second. I'm seeing no major quest marker. Okay. That's fine. Let's check the People of the Springs. You don't have to do them all. There's 3 of them I have to do, it says. One of them's Okanawa. That one's simple. Like, there's 3. It says 3. Quest remaining 3. It's the one near the Statue of 7 underground in the People of Springs. I think I did that one. Oops. Ah, frick. I didn't mean to teleport. I meant to click on the underground thing. God, kill me. I'm like 90% certain I did this one. Like, pretty sure it's counting the Oka subquest separately. Oh, is it? So it's just Okanoton? Isn't there some quest that does like goes to like not this one, but like, isn't there some additional quest that goes to like an underground area? There's like a whole temple and a whole lava mess. Not this. I mean, I should maybe go accept that one, but. Or did I do this one? Does this fill up with lava or does it drain with lava when you do it? I don't remember. I think this... Between Pledge and Forgettance. Okay. Okay. Oh, frick off. God dang it. Go away. I didn't even anger you. Or I didn't even try to anger you. I didn't whack on you. I really wish they would make the innocent creatures not aggro you. Like, until you attack them. Like, why do all the Saurians just fight everyone in this region? Like, why does everyone say, oh, the Saurians are cute and wonderful? Meanwhile, every Saurian we meet is like, ah, attack. Anyways. I have a golden entreaty. I don't remember what those are, what they look like. It's been a while since I did outline quest things. I don't remember what they look like. Beneath the crystal rock. I like how this is the only punishment for not playing the game when they playing these quests when they wanted you to play the quests. Flap. No, that's the one we did yesterday. We did that one yesterday. Three specific world quests: Shadow the Mountains till Dreams Plucked from the Fire. Okay. Shadows of the Mountains. That was a good typing there. Tale of Dreams Plucked from Fire. To the Night. What is the Night's? The frick? What is this? Start here, walk your ass all the way this way. Why didn't they just say, like, start here? If the quest went. Okay, we can go check if I did that. I feel like I did do that, consider my exploration. No, wait, no, I don't think I did, because I would have... Isn't there a waypoint in the underground area there? So no, I don't think I did. Okay, good. Oops, I forgot to dismiss. Oops. Run a marathon before doing the quest, indeed. Okay. Well, did I do this? Yes, I did. Unless I want SS for achievements, apparently. But hopefully, don't have to do that. Okay, I see no quest marker popping up here. Where's the entrance to the one thing? I've done this, right? Because those would have an orb in it, right? Yeah, this is. I've done this. Oh, okay. But I hadn't done this because it didn't show the underground area. Okay, so I have done this quest. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I've done this whole thing. Okay, so I'm leaning towards it is just the Okanoton quest, and it's counting all the subquests. Shadow of the Mountains. Wait, isn't that the one I just did? Yeah. It's another name for the wood. Oh, I see. It's because it's... Yeah. Yeah, I did that yesterday. Okay. Tales from the Dreams. Yeah, that's the Skyline quest. Yeah, okay. So I've done all these. I've done all these. Okay, so I think whoever was in the chat before was correct. It has to be. It has to be just the 3 quests here is the Okanoton quest. And it's like just there's 3 quests in the Okanoton quest. So, let's just do that. It's already navigating there. Alright. That's a freaking mess. Like, I do feel Genshin could... if they're gonna do this FOMO gem crap, they could probably outline more specifically what 3 quests need to be done. Like, have a list there of like, yep, do these quests, bozo. Rather than me having to spend 5 years and have 200 people live with me checking quest names. Why am I inside a building? Anyways, Okanoton is a long quest, but oh well. If it's just the Okanoton quest, I was thinking we'd have to do Okanoton and like one of the... I still could have sworn there's like a quest I haven't done that's in an underground area that's not this one. But maybe I'm just hallucinating and I have done it. I don't know. There's too many quests in this game. So... anyways, sorry I didn't know what you did yesterday. No, that was fine. That was not... I mean, like... that was not the problem here. The problem wasn't any of you guys. The problem was that we have done all the quests that we looked up other than Okanoton, but it says we have 3 quests. And in my mind, this is, you know, I don't know why I'm killing this, but I guess I am. In my mind, this is 1 quest line, not 3. Even if it's like divided into 3 subquests, right? It's 1 quest line. So it somewhat annoys me that they are... if Okanoton is 3 quests and it's just labeling these as 3 quests and that's why, it's a little annoying, that's all. I don't know. Because we were misled by Mihoyo. It seems to be what it was. Oh, it's this part. Defeat the evil dragon. Oh, hi. Already done this quest, by the way, so, you know. Not super inclined to read the entirety of everything. Live stream format, by the way. I know there's like someone live stream who's like, they want to see me do, like, care about lore things, but like, or react to lore things specifically. The problem is like live stream format is like so terrible for my brain to try to focus on things. Like, I'm constantly trying to, you know, my brain goes into a different mode where you're trying to like explain your thinking about what you're doing at any given moment. Goose on the loose. And it just makes it such like trying to meaningfully read and have thoughts about that at the same time just doesn't work. Like, I'm reading chat, I'm trying to read what's in game, I'm trying to vocalize my thoughts in game in a way that is coherent, because thinking is not the same as verbalizing. Yeah, it's just like, it's like impossible for me, at least. I'm not saying it's impossible for everyone. It's basically impossible for me, though. So, anyways, point is, I've already done this quest. I understand the baseline structure and story going on here, so I'm skipping past it as fast as possible. A little scare. I think this is still only the beginning of the quest, by the way. So, that's fine. Unity Right of the Bold and Revelations of the Past. Is that subparts, is that subsections in the Okanoton quest? You haven't done Right of the Bold, which is unlocked 2 in-game days after the other quests. 2 in-game days? So you're saying if I do this, it's going to pop up? I haven't. What do you mean? No, that's not true, guys. I haven't done the Children of the Echoes questline on my main account. I haven't done the Children of the... You don't have to do the Children of the... If you're talking about this quest line, right? Oops. This, right? You don't have to do this. I haven't done it. And I'm pretty sure at least. I gotta have to go double check my main account. I'm like 90% sure. I haven't done this. And I was able to do the volcano quest. So like, I'm not saying there's no reason to do these, like, no, the one underground where there's a lava pool. Okay, where is the quest for that though? Where is the quest for? That's what I'm asking. What is it called? Is this one right of the bold? This is probably the one I was remembering. I clicked on the wrong freaking link. This is probably the one I was remembering. Oh my god, what is this? What? Okay, this is not the one I was remembering. Okay. What was the other one? Revelations of the Past? But this is the one. Oh yeah, this is the one that goes in the underground area. Okay. So Right of the Bold leads into Revelations of the Past. Because this is the one that I was remembering. That made sense in my brain that I had to do. And this would explain why there's 3 quests that I have to do, because it would be Okanoton and these 2 quests. So, but I was just in Children of the Echoes. Why the frick is that person not there? Use the Genchin Wiki? No, I'm sorry, the Genchin Wiki is actually worse. Like... Yeah, this is what I needed. I mean, I appreciate that there's this here, to be clear. This is not what I needed. What do you... Why? Whatever. Okay. The way that Genshin's quest system works is just bonkers to me. Anyways, like what? Anyway, this is not helpful. Like, I don't like this. Sorry, I don't think the Genshin Wiki is formatted in a way that's particularly helpful for the information we were looking for. Anyways, there we go. Search YouTube. I'm not going to watch a YouTube video, guys. For no. Yes, the main value that Game A has is honestly for quests, in my opinion. Alright, anyways, finally. This one I don't think takes like very long, I think. The Okanoton will take a little longer. The goal today would be to get through this and Okanoton, hopefully. In less than like 6 hours. No, just to know where it is. Okay, how would that solve the problem of finding the quest in the first place, though? like that's the fundamental problem at hand here. Anyways, and also Game A is still better, than because they usually just show an image, be like, hey, here's an image, where to go, bozo, of where to start the quest. This is the next quest, not that one, right? This is far more useful than having it buried in some form of text in the wiki page, whether or not it's on the right side or not. They tell you the pre-requests in YouTube at least? Yeah, but I don't... The problem is searching in the first place. YouTube is not configured in a way that is easy to specifically search for that kind of thing. And I am not very inclined towards searching for video guides for something that doesn't need a video guide. Anyways. The game 8 was not the problem we were having. We were having problems with the fact that the game itself did not give us the proper information for how convoluted Genshin's quest system is and what things trigger different things. So, anyways. Certainly don't think game 8 is incredible in many ways. Tier listing is definitely one of them where it's garbage at, but for questing, it's perfectly fine. The problem is getting the information in the first place. And this, in this instance, it was that we didn't know what the name was, and the fact that the trigger condition for this quest was apparently that we had to wait 2 days for some godforsaken reason, which... and then it doesn't pop up automatically, it only pops up automatically after you go into the Children of Echoes. So it's easily possible to just never come back to the Children of Echoes because you didn't have to go back to the Children of Echoes for any particular reason. So, convoluted triggers. When the game is not even providing us the information for what the prerequisite quests were in the first place to be able to even look up the information. So, anyways. So that was the stupid mess we had to muddle through there. And I don't think it was any online resources' particular fault. Personal preferences or whatever. Anyways, what's the problem with their tier listing? Oh boy. I mean, sure, we can while some dialogue is going, we can look at some tier lists. Game 8. What does this look like? Game 8 Genshin tier list. This will be fun. I mean, to be clear, I think it's easier to make a Genshin tier list in the last year because of how they've just been power creeping shite. It just makes it way easier to be like, yep, these are technically the best characters. These are the worst characters. But let's find some flaws. Let's find some flaws in the tier list. I already see some. You don't see it yet. Sorry. Blap. There's so much interactive dialogue here. It's also a lot faster to just spam clicking through than it is to let autoplay go. But anyways, hey, that quest was quick at least. There's an Oculus here we should get. Yes, Kaching Mains is, generally speaking, going to be a much more reputable source. And there's a reason Kaching Mains doesn't do things like tier listing. Why? Because tier lists only have value for subjective value. Okay? Tier lists are at their best when individuals try to make them for the purpose of some framework of helping understand some other conversation. And the tier list is merely a framework to go around that conversation. Such as... Is the Jeff still doing his? No, he's not. Or maybe he's testing something. I don't know. What is Mr. Zajeff doing? It's at 480p right now. Is he testing things in co-op? Yeah, he's testing things in co-op. I see. But anyways, he is doing, co-oping tier listing today. And he's using a tier list as the framework for which to evaluate what characters he feels are going to be most relevant in co-op. And then it's doing a bunch of testing and whatever along that. So, like... yeah, I don't know. Game 8 is based on votes from the users of the site. Yeah, which is inherently a stupid approach to tier listing. I'm sorry. Anyways. I like how that one quest is literally just 2 minutes. Wait, does that count as one quest? Let's see. No, that one did not count as a quest. So, hopefully it's still Okanoton being split into subsections, but presumably we do. I do remember this quest enough that, like, it had to do with, like, the lore of the little dragon, so it makes sense that this should be a prerequisite quest. But that one little quest that we just did not count as one, so I don't know. Anyways, I didn't say tier listing is a bad thing. It's not my point. But, like... tier listing only has value, in my opinion. Tier listing only has value as a framework for understanding, as a framework for some other conversation, as a, oops, Zedep still up, as a, what is the best characters? What should I pull for? Looking up Genchin Impact tier list and deciding what characters to pull for based on this is not usually something you should do. This is not that helpful of an approach to the game, in my opinion. But hey, they put Yai Miko in S tier based. There you go. You get some points for that, I guess. I don't know. Any standouts? So they split things into main DPS, sub DPS, and support. I think that's a good thing. That is a good approach, I will say. Although I really dislike. Look, the only reason I use main DPS in like the title of my videos is because it's easy. It's a term people are used to saying, but it means fucking nothing in the context of Genshin. It means nothing in the context of Genshin. On-field DPS, off-field DPS is what people should say. Like, and yeah, Raiden can be included as an off-field DPS, to be clear. She's a better off-field DPS than she is at C0, at least. But anyways, because the Hyperbloom damage counts as off-field damage, right? So I don't know why Raiden is C0 is in the support tier, S tier. That is not something I would place her in. In the current state of Genshin. This is Raiden bias. Anyways, but these are my personal opinions. It's fine. In the framework of like this is the point. Like even me saying that like Raiden is like I wouldn't place here doesn't even freaking matter because we're not having a conversation that's a framework for something else. We're not talking about a tier list from a framework of something else. We're just talking about it with no specific framework, and therefore, what the frick is the point of anything I'm saying? Because like, yeah, where do you put Escoffier in this? Also, where is Escoffier? Like, actually, where is she? Is she just not in the list currently? That's fine, I guess. Am I blind or is she not in the list? Oh wait, she's in S? And she's also in support. Hey, guess what, Game 8? I regret to inform you, she can be here. She can be here. She can be here. Because, yep. Yeah, how is London only an A? I mean, to be fair, I don't necessarily fundamentally disagree with that because Mahoya was gone out of their way to make Vivi a lot less desirable. I don't think she should actually be an A, particularly like she doesn't need... I'd say she's A at C0 and she's S at C2, personally, as far as supportive utility goes. Like, you know, and if we talk about her ability to be DPS, and anyways, I don't know, there's like... there's so many more complicated factors to even the idea of trying to make a universal tier list that like... is like no matter what you make, there's so many like asterisks of like any inclusion of any particular character in any particular categorization system that like there's the context of how you use characters changes things too much. I don't know. Anyways, LMAO by the way at C0 Nilu being here. Nilu and Escoffier are in the same tier together. Okay. And what do you do with Ayaka now? What do you do with Ayaka now? Is the fact that she can have a 100k DPS team, does that mean you put her higher? I'm of the opinion that it isn't, because it's reliant on too many specific 5 stars. And like there's the problems like that, right? I don't know. It's so useless. It just doesn't mean anything. This doesn't actually provide any kind of helpful framework to help people decide what to decide around for how to, I don't know. I think starting from a framework, speaking from experience, as someone who started from a framework of starting with tier lists, starting from a tier list, like Game 8 and whatever other tier lists, I don't know. I looked up Genchin Impact tier lists when I first started. I understand the appeal of them. You want some simple framework to understand something, like with what the characters are and where their place is in the game and like how much they're worth going for, because you got to know what your resources situation is like. But the best approach, having gone from that kind of person where I having gone from a person that, you know, cared about, like, used tier lists to help my initial understanding, where they could be fine for little baseline simple understanding, and then had to slowly transition as I gained more knowledge about the game. Like, my point is like, the better approach is to learn about the game. Like, learn about the game's mechanics, understand how the characters work, to understand how team building works in the game, rather than looking up a tier list. Like, it's my point. Like, in hindsight, having gone from, you know, using tier lists early on to influence my decisions, and those tier lists actively causing me to make decisions that I would say, until I actually appreciated the game's mechanics more, like years later, caused me to wish on characters that were my most regretted characters to wish on. Quite frankly. Which I will include as Xiao and Raiden are probably the most notable best examples. And to be clear, Raiden isn't just tier lists, but in a sense it is, because like Raiden being as high as she is, as like here, Caesar Raiden being as high as she is, even now today, like, and when I first started playing Genshin, when I decided to get Raiden, she was, you know, up here, right? Stupid. Like, because it doesn't, like, not that she was garbage, but it doesn't properly explain the nuance of what it takes to get Raiden to be useful. And it doesn't explain the nuance of, like, you need to have an invested for Raiden only is relevant for Raiden National because Xingqiu, Xiangling at that time were the relevant characters to pair with her. Like, I didn't say I regret Raiden now. I said I appreciate Raiden now because I have more understanding about the game. Right? But the tier list mentality of just being like, what do other people say are the best characters, without any other information about the important context for understanding the actual mechanisms in play in the game that make particular characters relevant in particular contexts, right? I didn't have that particular understanding. I didn't try to find that particular understanding. Instead, I was just like, I'm just going to rely on what other people say. And what other people say doesn't provide you that understanding that you kind of need in order to gain value from that character and to understand why they actually could arguably be in that rank in the first place, whether or not they actually deserve to, right? Like, it doesn't matter. So anyways, like, they're just not useful. They're just not useful on their own, right? They're only useful from a framework of a conversation or with other understanding. And like, it's so much more important that if you understand the game's mechanics and have for Genshin, if you want to like know how to decide what characters to pull for, then, you know, you gotta look up different characters and see the people playing them in different teams and see if that team looks fun to you. And to some degree, you have to just pull for characters on pure vibes alone, in my opinion. Experience them yourself in the game. You're gonna let yourself make a few pulling mistakes in order to understand what you don't like. Like, Xiao being the first limited character I pulled for on my main account taught me a lot of what kind of character kits I don't like in Genshin. I'm sorry. I'm not saying Xiao is completely garbage. I'm not saying Xiao can't be used. But Xiao, for me personally, is a useless character. And was a bad character for me to pull for the first time. But like, the tier list didn't help with that at all. New mic? No. I have the same mic that I had before. Anyways, like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it can be perfectly fine to have a tier list to debate about characters. The problem I have is with tier lists like Game 8. Tier lists like Game 8's tier list don't exist to debate about characters. They exist so that people, when they go Google Genchin Impact tier list, they see that Moika is SS tier, and they're like, oh. And they exist to make them feel good about their polling decisions. That's what they exist for, right? I guess device change from my side. I mean, you might, I fixed a minor audio issue I had before that has let me maybe have slightly improved my quality, but nothing has actually changed meaningfully other than fixing that minor issue, which is causing some background noise. But other than that, you might just be hearing me talk differently because I'm speaking more energetically because I so passionately hate public tier lists. So anyways, like tier lists with some kind of framework have value, but like they're so useless, and in my opinion can be actively harmful, and sometimes as far as actually gaining some appreciation for and the game's design, and also trying to help you find what kinds of things you might enjoy in the game, like on the combat level. Like a tier list based on poll value, yeah, like I don't know, maybe I've still been trying to think of a framework for making like a 5-star character tier list, and I have a couple different ideas. Like a tier list by poll value is something I could maybe do, because that would be focused on what I consider to be the actual ask ChatGPT. Yeah, that would be what I. Oh God. Okay, actually, I want to see what it does. Do I have chat? I haven't logged into ChatGPT in forever. ChatGPT. Hold, please. Wait, do I don't even have to log in. Sick. Bet. Give me, can you provide me a tier list of Genchin Impact characters as of Genchin version 5.6 to help me decide which characters I should pull for. Oh God, it's like it's 2 years out of date still. There's not a single one of these characters that actually makes sense here. I specifically asked like which characters I should pull for. Okay, so here, let me solidify. Are those the highest value characters? I watched a video from some weirdo named Saluna who says Mavui, I'll say Escoffier. Escoffier is one of the most valuable characters in the game. Sounds like you came across a unique take to the Genshin tier list. I haven't heard of Escoffier. Isn't ChatGPT connected to the internet now? I haven't used it in forever. Is this version not connected to the internet? Is that why it's out of date? I appreciate that. Sounds like you can't. Anyways, this is very small. I just realized. You have to ask it to search. Okay. What's your take on Escoffier? Okay. Can you do an online search to make a tier list? Don't have the ability to search the web. No, you don't. Okay. Well, anyways. I'm not logged in, so I don't know. I don't feel like logging in, but D tier underwhelming, Razor, Tartag. What? Bruh. Struggle in end game content. Useful in certain scenarios. Sinyan. Noelle. Amber. Lisa. I mean, yeah, okay.
Work hard and live each day to the fullest.
Solid, but can be outshined. Kaching, Mona, Chungus. Sure, yeah, okay, I'll agree with Chungus. Yeah, Xingqiu, I mean, probably deserves higher than B, but like, solid, but can be outshined is a fair evaluation of Xingqiu in the current state of the game. Diluc, we don't need to say controversial things about Diluc. We can say sure. Sucrose. Considering I think she can outshine Kazuha in ChatGPT's tier list was S tier, I think Sucrose should be higher. Oh boy. Highly reliable care. Oh, okay, wait. I want to go tell Zajev. Mr. Zajev.
Sure.
Don't we have a job?
What's the worst that can happen?
Mr. Zajev, if you want a laugh,
Only problem is he doesn't
go
actually
ask
use
chat
up many engine stacks, but it is what it is.
GPT
Yolanda will be
to
pretty
make
bad
a
here.
Genchin Impact tier list for you.
Okay, let me fucking turn off the volume because shit doesn't get paused in co-op.
Oh, he's doing co-op things. He can do it whenever he wants.
Okay, effective attack.
I have informed him. But Eula is hilarious. Venti, Kokomi, Albedo, Bennett. Bennett is A tier. I mean, he should be higher, but hey, at least Bennett wasn't F tier. Like, yeah, we are grinding. I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, anyways. Xiao, Raiden, Hu Tao, Zhongli. Yep. Anyways. Is ChatGPT actually still stuck in 2022? Why? Like, have they actually not updated the free version of ChatGPT? Do you have to pay for ChatGPT to get it to not give you shit garbage answers? Because, like, that's really bad. Like, aren't people, like, using this service for whatever? You have to log in? Okay. Cool. So they're forcing you to log in so they can start profiling you better. Otherwise, they give you a shit-ass product. Well, guess what, ChatGPT? Your product is garbage if I can't use it without logging in. Anywho's. It gave you a much better tier list. I don't really feel like it. Anyways. No, I'm not logging in. That's the experience I got. I searched ChatGPT. I asked ChatGPT a question. It gave me the answer. F off. I shouldn't have to log in. Yeah, sure. Let's go check DeepSeek. Can I do DeepSeek publicly without logging in? I never tried. I haven't gone to the Chinese version of the website. I need to log in. Nope. Frick off. Not logging in. Frick off. To be clear, they're perfectly within their rights to require login. But my point with ChatGPT is, you know, I'm going to evaluate based on what my experience was, and what my experience was that I typed in ChatGPT. I went to ChatGPT's website and typed in a question, and I got what I got. Oh yeah. And I got what I got. Okay. Is there another switch somewhere? Oh boy. It's been a while since I did these puzzles. So if there's something that lets me log in that lets me do that without logging in, I'll do it. Like, yeah, does Grok? If Bing doesn't ask me to log in, I guess we can do Bing. But ChatGPT giving a completely different experience if you log in or not when you just go to the website and it doesn't present anything obvious to you saying, hey, we highly recommend. If it was like, hey, we highly recommend logging in. No. Like the layperson going in to ChatGPT and asking a question is going to have the experience I had. Right? Can I exit this? Wait. Do I Where's the switch? Is the switch only over there? Did I just come over here for no reason? Yes, I think that is the question. That is what I did. Okay. Yeah, specifically which ones can I do without logging in? I'm willing to go and do that. Okay, cool. So I think I do this. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then I just need to get up there somehow. Can I cheat? Nope. Ah, frick you, game. Okay. Oh, I have to... Okay. Okay. They actually put up a menu after a bit when you're not logged in? Well, I gave it some information already. The thing is, I gave it the benefit, I gave it a chance, right? Like, I said, hey, according to someone else, I have information that... I need to go over here. I have information that, you know, there's this character that is like one of the most valuable characters to pull for, and its response to that was not being like, well, I'm not up to date, so you know. Instead, it doubled down and said, I am up to date. It literally specifically said, I am up to date up to Genchin 5.6. Like, if it does this for something as innocent as Genchin, what do you think else it does for it, right? I don't know. Try deep AI. I mean, I don't know if we need to right now, but does it require logging in? Copilot? Doesn't Copilot require Windows? I'm pretty sure Copilot doesn't work on... I don't know. Anyways, I'm not actually that interested in investigating this, actually, to be clear. Okay. I don't know what this does, but I should bring him back. We do actually not... I would prefer not to get too distracted. So, anyways. Try double checking for mistakes in your Japanese essay. And ChatGPT tried correcting things your Japanese professor said were correct. Yeah, it seems accurate.
Just
Right.
sharpen my spear.
Blap. Don't think it's fair to judge a service based on your own limitation. I'm a casual user. I am the most hyper-casual user of it. I'm evaluating it from my own hyper-casual perspective, where I don't use these tools because I don't really want to on a regular level. I'm not evaluating it from a context of how do I min-max it. I'm evaluating it from a context of I had a question that I think this tool that exists could be useful for, but I don't need to regularly use these things, and I shouldn't have to have, like, knowledge about all this BS and nuance of what AI is best for doing what kinds of questions. Like, even casual users can take 2 seconds to log in. If I need to f***ing log in to get a real answer, then require login and don't offer a scam information. Don't offer scam information as if the product does something real without logging in. Like, if you're not going to offer the actual product at all without logging in, then just require logging in. Just require logging in. Like, what they're doing, they're trying to have their cake and eat it too. They're trying to give a shit product that makes you think it's doing something good for free, but they actually want you to log in so they can start profiling people better. Like, no, I'm sorry. Like, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm going to fight against the stupid rhetoric, in my opinion, that you need to log into everything, and it's fine. If they want to force you to log in, then they should force you to log in. They shouldn't do this cringe BS where they pretend they have something available without login when they don't actually. They have a scam product. They have a scam product available without logging in. And that's what pops up for me when I first interact with it. I as someone that doesn't regularly use the product, I shouldn't be required to log in if they have a non-login thing available. So I'm going to evaluate them from the context of what I experienced. And what I experienced was that it's garbage. So they're garbage, I'm sorry. I'm evaluating by this being the experience I had. It's not wrong that I experienced it that way. What did it do? Oh, I see that now has a path. Okay. That's all that did? Alright. How do we get the dude over there? Oops. Okay, I am slightly confuddled. I don't remember having a problem with this puzzle the first time. It's probably because I'm distracted yelling about stupid things like ChatGPT being garbage. Yeah, Nintendo is A-okay. Off! In what way did I say Nintendo is A-okay? I said I buy Nintendo shite because I want to play Nintendo games because they make good games. I said Nintendo is cringe. I said Nintendo has been cringe, and they have always been cringe. So, like, new information that Nintendo's continuing to be cringe is not information to me. It's like, oh, wow. It's news that Nintendo is cringe. Like, my point was, like, I'm buying Nintendo products because Nintendo products are good products. Despite their cringe business practices. I'm sorry. I respect you if you want to, like, boycott them because their cringe business practices are cringe enough to you that you want to boycott them. That's cool. I respect you. But, like, I still want to play Nintendo games. Sorry. I want to play Nintendo games. The difference is I'm evaluating ChatGPT. The experience I just had with the product was that it's ass. I wasn't trying to give an in-depth review of the full capabilities of ChatGPT. I was giving my review of what ChatGPT did when I asked it what I think is a fairly simple question. And the experience it gave me was it's arse. It showed its ass to me and shat on the floor. That's apparently what they want. That's the initial experience OpenAI is going for with their product. So that's the review I gave is on that experience, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it extends to the full utility. I did not say Nintendo was A-okay. I don't appreciate you trying to say that I said things I didn't say. I said that I'm buying Nintendo, like the Switch 2, because I want to play a Nintendo game. I'm sorry. I want to play a video game. Fuck me, I guess. Anyways, how am I supposed to get up there? I'm supposed to get the little dude up there, right? Oh wait, I'm a dumbass. I know. I know how to get up there. You can climb. You can climb, can't you? I didn't censor. Sorry. Wait. I need to do this because I need to get my person on it. Get out. Flap. Where am I? Oh, I was on standing on the platform. I was very confused. I was disoriented. Flap. This is the platform, right? Yeah, okay, cool. That took way too long. Isn't Candace better in this team? I'm questing, yo. But yes, I want C1 Escoffier to... First of all, no, Candace is not better. Xiangling is literally better in this team. But I wasn't playing Xiangling in this team because I wanted to have the best team possible. I put Xiangling in because I needed a pyro unit for the quest. Like, the amount of times people like join my streams and be like, why are you playing this team? And I'm just like doing random exploration BS or questing, and it's just like it's not a real team. But in this case, it is actually a real team by coincidence. I just happened to choose Xiangling because putting Woba down for Pyro is bam, easy. So anyways, yes, the Xiangling variant of this team is literally better. It's definitely stronger. Ignoring the fact that different elements obviously matter. If you bring Cryo to the Dragon Toilet, this team is obviously worse. Well, actually, no. It does the same thing for Hydro, so they're equivalently arse. Like, well, no. I think the Xiangling variant of this team is a lot better for the Dragon Toilet. Anyways, sorry. Right. Ignoring the fact that Mihoyo, designs abysses to, like, I think that's something is missing from some people in the conversation about Escoffier right now, and is going to be missing from the conversation about Skirk, is how Mihoyo has been doing what they've always done, but it's felt more obvious lately, where they have created the endgame content basically entirely designed around to shill the current characters. They've gone out of their way to, make Abyss, in this current context, be really nice for freeze. And it feels really nice to freeze the Wayabs. Like, oh gee, I wonder if they're putting 2 Wayabs in the future Abyss. And I wonder if freezing the Wayabs is the easiest strategy to deal with 2 Wayabs at the same time. So, but anyways. So in the context of, Mihoyo hard shilling a particular thing, mechanic to deal with an annoying enemy that highly incentivizes particular mechanics, go figure, that, yes, the Candace team can probably be really, really good, and isn't necessarily going to get that much worse clear times, or maybe can get better clear times than the Xiangling variant, with, like, Wayobs in particular being a factor, I'd say, right now. But on an actual damage level, Xiangling is meaningfully better than Candace in this team. You are overvaluing the Red Shred. We already get Red Shred. We get 15% Red Shred from Shenhe. We still get the 15% Red Shred. We're getting 30% Red Shred total still. Losing the 40%, but gaining the ability for Escoffier to trigger melts, for Rosaria to trigger melts, for Shenhe to trigger melts, and Xiangling's own damage contribution. The Xiangling variant of this team is stronger, assuming you can run solo Pyro Xiangling. The reason I want C1 Escoffier is to slightly uplift by about 20%, specifically the Candace variant, because I find the Candace variant more enjoyable right now. Why? Because I like Candace. That's why I want C1 Escoffier. Because it's a polearm only account, and I want to have... Like, this is already a fairly strong team. It's not going to be the end of the world if we don't get Candace. If we don't get Escoffier C1. But Escoffier C1 is like, hey, I can be like, no, this team is not Cope. I have Escoffier C1. So if Mr. Zajeff comes into my chat again and be like, LOL Cope, when I dare play a Candace team, I can be like, nope. I specifically lost my sanity arguing about ChatGPT, grinding for Escoffier C1. And made it better. Is it going to be so much better that it's actually going to be better than the Xiangling variant? Not necessarily. I think it will become near equivalent, to be clear. I do think C1 Escoffier will make it essentially equivalent on a damage level most of the time. Again, barring relevance of different elements for different situations. If you need Pyro for a particular enemy, shield, or whatever other mechanic, Pyro going to be the way to go. If you need Hydro for whatever, Hydro going to be the way to go. But yeah, anyways. ChatGPT compared Nuvelet and Mauve, and it said Nuve has way more raw power. Nice. So, anyways. Planning on C6ing her? Escoffier? No. 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 I do not personally like Escoffier that much. And her constellations are kind of boring. The only reason I want C1 is specifically because of this Candace context. And also, I showed yesterday of how Farina, if this wasn't a Polearm only account, Farina is far more of an upgrade than C1 Escoffier is, right? So, just on the damage increase you get for the team, on the damage bonus you get from the team for the cryo units, ignoring the fact that Farina is also going to contribute more personal damage than Candace. So, anyways, I really ended up enjoying her. I enjoy her too in non-Farina context for her free steams, and I also enjoy her as a generic, versatile, decent off-fielder. She just does too much, in my opinion. I don't know. And she has no mechanical nuance. I don't know. I enjoy that she exists when I limit things somewhat. I find min-maxing Escoffier to be actively not very fun on my main account, because it just makes you feel like you're not even doing anything at all. You're just pressing EQ and the things are killed, which is the least enjoyable kind of team to me. So, wait, that one's already green. Why is it blooping me? What is that? It's over there. Okay. Interesting. Just noticed Sand is back in the chat. Sand was never banned. The people that got upset about that seem to misunderstand. This is why I yelled at people in chat that got upset. They were timed out. They were timed out not because of any inherent problem with them. They were timed out for one stream. They were timed out for one stream because it was my own brain's fault. Like, to end the conversation properly, it was just healthier for both of us to have them timed out. They were never banned. They were never banned at all. They were timed out. There's a difference between banning and timing out. Ugh. Anyways, sorry. It just annoys me that people seem to not understand the reason behind why I chose the decision I did, which was for the benefit of the stream and everyone's sanity. It wasn't a punishment. Anywho's. Yeah, your name's too easy to remember. Anyways, how long have you been streaming today? Somehow, hour and 52 minutes. That's ridiculous. I'm not being fast enough. That's a little bit rude, Penguin. I understand the joke you're making, to be clear. But yeah. Anyways. I wasn't trying to rage bait or frustrate you. I just think there's serious issues concerning AI that should devalue... that I could devalue other complaints about the serious shortcomings. I mean... I don't... that's not what I was complaining about. I was complaining about the fact that it wasn't even doing anything useful. I don't know. Like, I don't disagree with you, but... whatever. I don't feel like getting into argument fallacies here. I need to take a refresher on argument fallacies, because I forgot what, I don't know. You're making an argument fallacy, but it's fine. Human behavior is to make argument fallacies, and argument fallacies actually do have some value to bring up, oftentimes. But, anyways, my point with why I'm mentioning the fallacy is you're trying to make an argument that me saying that, one thing is bad and the product is bad ignores the other serious issues about AI, and that's like it. Why is that the case exactly? Why does me talking about one thing ignore the other things? Like no, like any time you criticize one thing, do you have to criticize everything else tertiarily related to that one thing? That doesn't make sense, right? Like you can criticize one thing without having to criticize every subset facet of something. So, anyways, that's what I believe the fallacy is there. I just don't remember what the label is. Stop hating on Sand. You think it's about you. The hate on Sand is not going to go anywhere. It's too much of a meme from Star Wars. What's the pity? 45? Hopefully 55 today, but gotten too distracted yapping. Don't at some point I have to switch over to the other character view? What did I walk into? I had an argument about chat because an argument with chat regarding how garbage ChatGPT was for giving me an answer, and people were like, LOL, you didn't even log in. And I'm like, I don't care, I shouldn't have to log in. Because I went to the website and it lets me use the service without logging in. And therefore I'm going to evaluate the service from the experience I had, not from the possible experiences I could have, because I'm not trying to do a maximized experience. That's all you missed. It is not that important. You don't. I'm stuck. I'm stuck on this thing. There we go. I'm free. What am I supposed to do? There we go. Okay. Is this a puzzle? I'm supposed to do this in particular order. What? Okay. Oh, I see. I was just supposed to. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Anyways, it was a. I don't really understand why there needed to be discourse about what I was saying. This is what I get for bringing up AI at all. To be clear, you dare bring up AI, and people are like, but how, you know, AI bad? How dare you acknowledge that AI exists without just saying it's bad and garbage universally? How dare you acknowledge that it might actually have some use as a tool if implemented well? And crazy idea. Nope, can't be nuanced to things. The popular culture in the internet is that AI bad, and if you do not think AI is bad on a simplistic level and have nuanced opinions about things and are trying to... Anyways, the point is, that's what I get for bringing up AI and not just being in one camp, because this is what happens in the current day is anything in the overall cultural popular discourse in the world ends up getting split into two camps, and if you do not specifically align yourself and label yourself with one of those two camps, what am I doing? You end up with what just happened there, where you get people who... Yeah, I don't know why I didn't just stay over here. I think I have to switch to the other person. Alright. Right? Yeah, I think I have to switch to me. So, anywho's. Okay, I am in contact with the laser beams right now. Can I stop being in contact with the laser beams? Thank you. Yeah, I understand. Thank you. Internet discourse is not real discourse. Yeah, pretty much. Internet discourse can be real discourse. You just have to go out of your way to find it. And I wasn't really trying to have that meaningful of real discourse, to be clear. Because I wasn't trying to say anything that complicated, other than the experience that ChatGPT gave me was garbage in the context of trying to create a Genshin tier list. That's all. That's all I was trying to say. Wasn't saying it couldn't give me a better one. Just that the one it gave me was garbage. And that evaluation is valid because that's what it gave me. If they didn't want me to use their product that way, then they shouldn't let me use their product that way. We're fine. Just disagree with how they're using AI to replace jobs. I mean, I do too. I do not like that AI seems to be being made primarily from how can we replace that which is the best thing about humans, which is our own creativity. But also, I still feel that the current state of AI is such that, like, it doesn't really truly threaten that right now. Like, every instance we've seen of a company trying, I don't know, it's still a fear in people's minds rather than something that's actually certain to come to pass right now. I don't know. It's good to be worried about it and be concerned, but I don't know. Like, it just doesn't seem to be... What happens if we light all these? It just doesn't seem to be, right now, causing the massive problems that people are worried about. I do think the stupid explosion... This is just the hypocrisy of tech companies, to be clear. Oh. What, do we need to raise the phlogiston to light them all up? Is that the implication here? Okie dokie. What? Yeah, there we go. Blap. Wham. So anyways, but like, as far as I'm aware, there is a number of examples. I just undid the, oops. Okay, great. I don't know why that switch was there. As far as I'm aware, most examples of companies actually trying to use AI to fully replace people's jobs has gone quite poorly. Because it's a tool that has to be used by real people with a lot of expertise for it to actually be useful still. And like that expertise still, so I don't know. The real concern I actually have for AI in the future is how people are relying on it to educate themselves, because it's not very likely to provide quality information on a consistent level, right? And not providing quality information, but people assuming it is giving quality information, like, yeah, that's a concern. Because if people's like foundational knowledge, like they're never going to get to the point of getting the expertise to use these tools properly, if they think AI is like AI is not going to get them to the, I don't know. Anyways, it's the digital incest kind of argument, I guess, but of people's knowledge being based on AI potentially in the future, which is based on like inconsistent collection of like mass amounts of data squished together in a weird way. And I don't know, like it's only useful if you have the information it spits out almost always is almost only useful if you have the ability to interpret it properly. And what's concerning to me is how people might be using it in schools. And as a crutch to like cheat, essentially, quite simply. So I don't know. I'm in college and everyone uses the AI for their assignments. Exactly. I'm sorry. Why are you in school? Why the f are you paying for college and using some tool to do your assignments for you? Like, I had this problem, to be clear, when I graduated from college slightly, like right before the AI explosion, like 2020, 2021 technically, I think, or whatever. I don't know. It doesn't matter. And like, what is the point of paying for school? You are going to school to pay to learn information, and you're using a tool to bypass learning. Like, that's what most people are using it for, from my understanding. And it's like, why? What are you paying for? Just drop out of school, you dipshit. Like, that's my opinion. Oh, but my parents, I don't care. You're not getting any value. You're literally wasting money for no reason. If you're going to school, you can find a job and get a living, and use AI to help you get a living. Like, I don't. Ugh. Anyways, I'm not saying AI can't be used as a tool to help learning, to be clear, but it has to be used in a particularly specific way. And just using it to do all the work for you, like from my understanding, how it seems like it's getting used, is not it. So, anywho's, yeah, I hope medical students don't use AI. Anywho's, like, I don't know, right? So, and teachers, professors have to adapt around this, right? And be able to try to better like teach in a way that adapts around this crap existing. Isn't it frying the climate more? I mean, that's a concern more for the future than anything. I would argue it's the tech industry in general that's frying the climate and not AI. But AI is ballooning tech industry bullshittery as far as like energy consumed by data centers. I believe the projection, there's a very, very wide window for this. It's unknown what it'll actually be, but the projection for like how much energy usage the United States will have consumed by data centers in a few years, I don't remember which year it was exactly, so I'm not going to name it, is like 12% of the total energy consumption of the United States will be data centers. But that includes more than just AI, to be clear, right? But AI is potentially a driving force of that. And like, you know, that's a problem potentially. But I don't know. We'll see. Like, the reason is we don't know exactly. So 12% of the United States energy consumption is a lot. Like, that's, I believe if I recall, the comparison is that's as much as like Australia's entire energy consumption. So I don't know. But fundamentally, is that energy consumption a problem if we transition the grids to more clean energy, for example? Right. Like assuming clean energy, the inevitable economic transition to clean energy continues to keep up and hopefully outpace, specifically, has outpaced the needs and energy consumption our society has, then it's not really as much of a problem, no? Right? It's a more complicated question than I think people give it credit for on how much the energy consumption of AI BS is a problem. And we'll see. I'm more concerned with how human knowledge will look like in 50 years from now, because human knowledge 50 years from now will be significantly affected by how people are using AI tools today, right? Actually, not even 50 years, 10, 20 years from now, right? People 10, 20 years from now that are like in the workplace will be affected by how much they relied on AI in their childhood, right? And including as these tools develop. So I don't know. Anyways, I missed comments. As a medical student, I can say that only a tiny fraction of my course could be completed with AI. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. There's no way to use AI to sidestepping your assignments. Yeah, which is ideal. That's ideal. I think with any more complicated profession right now, it's fairly safe to say that, like, you're not going to be able to actually complete your assignments with them, and that's good. But there's a problem of, like, you know, all undergraduate, like, how does someone even get to med school in the first place if they go through the entirety of high school and undergrad relying on AI to complete 90% of their assignments, right? Like, that's the concern. Like, yeah, humans have been provided an easy, lazy tool to get through their life. And, like, we have natural human behaviors that make us want to use the natural, easy option. And we need to be better with systems that we have implemented. To hopefully ensure that, you know, human knowledge doesn't rot. Human knowledge itself does not rot because of AI's existence, right? I don't know. And the weird thing is, like, this is the kind of thing that... Are you gonna do your mechanic? That we might not see the effect of for a long, like, the true long-term effects of for a long time. So, I don't know. Is a whole mess. A lot of people in med school are idiots before AI, from my experience. I really wish I had Candace here, by the way, because the team is not configured right now around Melt. Mostly Rosaria is not, but, you know. Yeah, I don't remember the lower reason for the Wolflord being here. I think it's just because they're like abyss creatures in general, right? Is the implication? What's happening?
Unleash.
Oh, it has a shield. I didn't even notice it had a shield. I had to get through. Oh. He just spinning. Okay, was he just gonna do that forever? I just hate anything Tech Bros has been doing in recent years. Yeah. I used to be much more into technology until, you know, I slowly learned how the tech industry works. And it's kind of awful and actively making human existence worse. But, you know, if we're actually going to criticize things of capitalism, like there was someone in my chat yesterday who, you know, was trying to say something was a fault of capitalism that, in my opinion, wasn't a fault of capitalism, which was about ads. And I think advertisements is more a fault of disconnected things related to capitalism. But anyways, point being, I think the way the tech industry is as the way it is a fault of capitalism, at least as the way it currently exists. So, I don't know. Anyways, the world's a mess, and when with the looming threat of AI on the horizon, how do you even decide to do anything realistically? I don't even know. I don't know. How do you decide to like plan your life around AI existing and like replacing creative jobs, whatever? Like humanity does seem to be barreling towards a future where the only things for us to do could end up in a place that is, you know, scary. But I don't know. We'll see. Questing is supposed to be escapism. Unfortunately, I'm not paying attention to the quest right now. Yeah, the world has indeed always been a mess. But despite everything, we've still, generally speaking, the quality of life of humans has improved generally over time. And on a large abstracted out level, right? If we look at the past few hundred years, not 10, 20 years, human quality of life has increased. Does this mean the direction we're currently heading is going to certainly increase human quality of life too? Nope, I don't think so. But I don't feel that is likely to, if we're abstracting out to a narrow range, compare the quality of life increase in the 1900s in the 20th century compared to like what is the quality of life increase in different parts of the world or in specific countries and the world as a whole, whatever. You have to narrow your focus a little bit to gain real information sometimes, of course. How does the quality of life increase look like in the 21st century? I think it's going to depend a lot on the country. I think there's a lot of post-industrialized countries that will potentially not have a meaningful quality of life increase in the 21st century. That's our current century, just in case anyone's not aware. So, yeah. But Genshin's quality of yeah. Genshin's Genshin's quality of life improvements better than the real world's quality of life improvements on average for humanity? That's a good question.
So, this is what the world considers to be treasure.
I don't know. The nature of quality of life in the real world is that there's no change log. it's a slow transition that happens over a long period of time. Anyways, I'm really annoyed. Like, we have to get so many more primogems to do a 10 pull today because of whatever. What? What? Okay, I still don't understand what this is trying to communicate then. We should just ignore it. It's gotta be we only have Okanoton left, right? Disagree, I feel like each generation grows more and more depressed. You are not looking at hundreds of years. I literally specified hundreds of years. Look at hundreds of years. Humanity has existed for a lot more than the last, like, 50 years, yo. Like, when you're talking generations there, I know you're talking about the last, like, whatever. And I don't know. Anyways. So, anywho, the fact that this still says 3 quests is concerning and confusing. Nightjade. Oh yeah, how many of those are there? Where do you take those? I forgot. Is there only 3? Because I think that's actually 3 now. I think. Oh wait, no. You get the 3 you get the 3 fragments and it turns into a big fragment. So now I can go to
Mine.
the. Isn't it this over here? I think the one obelisk. Wants the main quest from the Collective of Plenty. What? That's the volcano quest, which yes might be what the 3 is. It wouldn't surprise me. It would not surprise me if this is part of the 3 prerequisites, because I don't know. It isn't listing them. It isn't saying what. I don't know. The real question is does it include the Okanoton quest? I guess we could just try to go to do this quest. I don't know. Anyways, so yes, I don't disagree that if you start to narrow down and comparing specific generations, which we don't need to have a whole yap about how I dislike generation labels and how whatever. From the context of like an analysis standpoint of generalized trends over the last like whatever 40, 50 years of human existence in a particular country in particular, yeah, I think you're likely to see certain specific traits that are tied to quality of life not improve. But you also, when we're talking quality of life from an analysis standpoint, you gotta really specifically define what you mean by quality of life. And quality of life includes things like, okay, barely, no. Quality of life includes things like how many people are, in poverty, right? Because, quite frankly, me being homeless, for example, is homeless and depressed is worse than me just being depressed, right? It is I have a higher quality of life if I am not homeless but still depressed than if I was homeless and depressed. Or if I was homeless and not depressed even. I think my quality of life being depressed and not homeless is higher than if I was homeless and not depressed. Right? And like quality of life trends look at things like that. when we're talking like large scale economic influences and how humanity is progressing and whatever, right? So, anywho's, like, you don't just look at depression is not the only measure of quality of life, right? That's my point. Anywho's, let's go. Should switch to Candace. Let's re-equip this. Oh, okay, I didn't want that to exit my inventory. The
assumption that every
Ticino doesn't even make it to the Natlan exploration team? Nah. She's slow as molasses.
Stay close.
Anyways. 80s was the best in a way. Technology was just enough to where people found it new and fascinating, not too advanced to where it becomes overbearing and overstimulating like today. Yeah. So I don't know. I very much suspect the end state of what human society looks like by the time I die. So we're talking statistically 50-ish years from now. I forgot what I'm supposed to do here. Oh, hi. 50-ish years from now, I suspect the direction human society will be heading towards will be quite different than what any of us are expecting today. Because I think there is inevitabilities of reality that all kinds of subtle, crazy factors influence the direction of things, right? And ultimately, I do not think humans are going to, as fun as it is to be pessimistic about things, and assume humanity is going to self-destruct. I don't think they will. It's just the reality you're used to now might look quite different from the reality of 50 years from now or 100 years from now. So I don't know. What am I supposed to do here? Wow. I failed. Wow. See, this is why I need C1 Escoffier. I think humanity will self-destruct, but there will be survivors. I mean, yeah, I think then that depends on what you mean by what kind of self-destruction you're talking. But self-destruct is a crazy term. I mean, what would you prefer? Apocalypse? Like, that's what I mean. I mean, like, but like, I mean self-destruct in a sense of, you know, I don't think humanity is going to completely forcibly like reset itself, right? I don't think we are going to send us back to the Dark Ages and then start anew, right? That's what I mean by self-destruct. I think society will look very different 50, 100 years from now, but it's going to be what it has been for a long time, a slow, painful, gradual transition. That's what I mean by we're not going to self-destruct. We're going to continue as we are with our weird, unpredictable in many ways transition into the future. Where, like, when you look at things in hindsight, of course we ended up where we are today. Of course, knowing all the things we know from the current present day, we can look back on history and know, yeah, these are all the things that led to where we are today. And if only we had made different decisions 50 years ago, then we would have had some things that are as they are today that are better than they were. Than they could have been. But, like, my point is, like, I don't think humanity is going to self-destruct. I don't think we're going to forcibly reset ourselves. I don't think society is going to have a fundamental switch into changing. I think it's going to continue being as it has been, where we will change because things change around us and we change around the things changing. Okay, I don't have energy. Am I gonna have to redo this again without? Okay, you know what? Here, I'm gonna get energy, and then the hole.
Don't mind if I do.
Can you get energy, yo? Okay, there we go. What deep convo did I just join to? Are you sure we won't self? I didn't say America won't self-destruct. I did not say America. I said humanity. I didn't. Oops. Whatever. There's a difference between America and humanity. America, as much as Americans like to think they are the entirety of the world, is not all of humanity. Crazy, I know. It's wild information to some Americans, but quite frankly, I say this from a perspective of an American, not super happy with the current state of America. And I do kind of feel that America will self-destruct. So, because I don't know, because I don't see how America fixes itself at this point without a self-destruction. But maybe I'll feel more optimistic 3 years from now. 4 years from now, sorry. We'll see. Anywho's. Alright. We done. With that, I think. It's a weird spot. I don't know, I liked it, to be clear. But, just kind of weird that how they structured how to get there. Anyways, now, should we do... Okay, so question is, should we just try to do the... Because we don't actually know for sure. Does anyone know actually confidently that you have to do the Okanoton quest to do this? Because like I think we might be able to just do the the quest now that I think about it. Like we can just try. Let's just go try it, I guess. And then we can do Okanoton if once we hit a roadblock. So I think we can do at least the initial quest, but then we might hit a roadblock somewhere. I don't know. You have to do it, but it won't give 100 primos. What? But it says to complete the Lost Holy City, which is like the final volcano quest. And if it lets us do it, then that should give us the primo gems. I don't know. What do you mean it won't give us the primos? Anyways, where are we at primo gem wise though? We have a wish, so it's better than it looks, but we would have already had a 10 or been very close to a 10 pull today if it weren't for whatever. Anyways, so yes, will America self-destruct? Methinks yes. I thought that was the case almost 10 years ago ish. I don't know when I originally thought that. And 10 years ago, there's a chest I just saw peeking through my vision somewhere. Yep. I thought that 10-ish years ago when I was a pessimistic little teenager dipshit. What I didn't think at the time was that, like, I thought at that time I was a pessimistic little edgy teenager dipshit. And I thought, am I supposed to light this on fire? Is that all this is? Or do I need Yoshi? I guess I can go grab a Yoshi. Then that it would happen in my lifetime that the United States would fall apart. And what I did not realize is that it might happen in a decade. Anyways, I didn't realize it could happen so fast, but I guess that's how self-destructions work. What's this leading me to? Just the waypoint, I see. Okay, that's fine. We have 50 sigils, which is nice already, or 30 sigils. I want to go check the statue, actually, which I was just at. You can do most of the quest line without the entreaties from the other quests? Okay. Idea that America won't change without complete self... I know, it's dangerous. It means you have no incentive to do anything since completely destroying such a huge nation is next to impossible. I mean, yes, it's not going to literally self-destruct. But, like, what... So, I don't know, it's hard to articulate. Like, I said that from a perspective of being pessimistic in America beforehand for a reason. Will it actually be the case that it will completely self-destruct? Probably not. It will probably more likely be in line with what my expectation is for the entire world. I need 9 more, which is that it will simply transition to something very different than what it is today, slowly and painfully, but probably not suddenly. But what it feels like right now is that it is happening suddenly and painfully. And potentially not in a good direction. It's a problem with my current negative context of the current state of the United States. Why did this not get finished? By the way, we'll finish that quest real quick just to get it out of here. Oops. Are there really so many potential mental hospital patients in American streets? I mean, it depends what you define, I think, as a mental hospital patient. I would argue that if most people had some form of analysis of their mental state, they may want to seek some amount of professional help. Everyone needs a therapist kind of idea. Does that mean everyone needs to be in a mental hospital, though? That's a bit of a different thing. There are countries that still have it way worse. Yeah, I don't disagree. I don't disagree. America, for me, just doesn't feel like it at all. America's current state feels like it betrays what I grew up learning what America is supposed to be as, right? Like, the more I learn about America, the more it feels like a betrayal of trust of what the country is. So, you know, or what the country is supposed to represent, kind of thing. I don't know. But yeah. Sorry, I'm an American. And, like, I'm gonna inherently yap a bit more about America, but than other countries. Anyways. Let's try. What is this? Oh, that's, yeah. USA is the pants of Canada. Yep. And it's sure stinky down here. What do you eat in Canada? What are you eating in Canada that the United States is shitting its pants so much? What exactly are you eating? I blame Canada. There you go. Solution to all of our problems. It's Canada's fault. Definitely. Definitely not something inherently wrong with American culture. The more I learn about America, the happier I get to be born in Brazil. I mean, from what I've understand about certain things that have happened in Brazil lately, it doesn't seem fundamentally different, and there seems to be other problems in Brazil. Not that I'm saying it's a shithole or anything. That's not what I'm trying to imply. But, like, I think there's a little bit too much fear-mongering in general for, like, that country is so terrible. It's like, are you sure? There's a ton of people that actually live there. Seems like living, at least. Not saying it's better or worse necessarily, but, like, it's not, like, you know, I think Brazil has outside of Brazil, like, if people, stereotypes of Brazil, I think right now, in my mind, is, like, that there's a lot of, like, just random, like, gun murder going on kind of thing in Brazil. But that ignores, one, how large and diverse the country probably is in different city contexts. It's also the same kind of rhetoric that goes on within, like, a microcosm of just, like, someone that's rural. Like, I can't wait to tell my parents that I'm going to, like, move into Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Minneapolis area, like the city proper, and they'll just be like, "Oh, are you sure? Should we consider? Because, like, there's so much crime." So much crime, it's horrible, you're gonna die, you're gonna get shot. I'm worried. I know it's like, it's not like that, but I'm worried about you. Like, oh my god. Like, anyways, point is, it's like, how bad are things really, right? When you're looking at things from an outside perspective. In the context of, like, if I'm trying to think about the United States, how bad are things really here? Is it horrible living here that badly right now? Not really. Things are not getting better. Things are not getting better. It's not a shithole. It's the poorer you are, the more shithole it is, to be clear. It's the impression a lot of people have of America too. I think it's more legitimate in America. Like, have you seen? Has anyone seen a YouTuber called GeoWizard? I actually watched GeoWizard when he was called GeoGuessr Wizard, when he only did GeoGuessr videos. And GeoWizard a while ago, years ago, started doing straight line, like walking across like Scotland, I think is what so his gimmick was walking across a country in a straight line for the video, which is excellent gimmick for a video. I've had the temptation to do a similar thing in the United States, like in particular states, and everything, the thing that stops me when I start seriously considering it is I'm like, when you're trespassing in somewhere like what that like GeoWizard is worried about, like trespassing on farmers' farmland, and mostly just he's worried about it on a social interaction level of like, yeah, they're gonna call the police and whatever, because like angry farmers that don't want a random dude traipsing across their farmland. Makes sense, right? Fair, understandable. In America, you might just get shot. I'm not kidding. Like, I think I'd just get shot from a distance. Like, some farmer would just pull out their fucking rifle, and shoot at me from a mile away. Like, I think America does deserve that stereotype assumption of like how gun happy we are makes it more dangerous. It makes it more dangerous to not conform, essentially. Like, as much as America is about freedom, what people don't realize is that the fact that they're so gun happy and so like, I can shoot you because you're encroaching on my freedoms, means if you don't conform to acting the ways that you're supposed to act, which is very not freedom-ish, you might get shot. Also, you might get shot just because you dare be a child that's in a public school system. The rhetoric in America about like, when you start like providing any kind of data of like, other countries don't seem to have much of a problem with school shootings. I wonder why. And like the ring around the rosy that so many people in America do about that, it's just so funny. Like, it's just like so obvious what the problem is. Yeah, school shootings can't be stopped. Oh no, yeah, with the only country where they happen. It's just like, God. Whatever. Can you understand why I don't like America? What am I supposed to do here? I don't remember. Talk to you, I think. Oh yeah, we gotta get rid of the rocks. So public schools teacher, preach my dude. Like, how much does it suck? Like having to like, I gotta assume, right? You have like a bunch of like prep for like the situations. That's what I understand. Is like, there's just a ton of training and drills going on. Like when I grew up, this was less of a problem in America, right? But now it's so much of a more common thing that like I as far as I understand, I think in a lot of schools, this isn't universally across the US because school shootings are more likely in more populous areas. Duh. But like they have to do drills for school shootings, right? When I grew up in like rural-ish areas, we don't do drills for school shootings. We just did fire drills or tornado drills because we lived in the Midwest United States. Tornadoes are a thing here. Like, never once did a school shooting drill, but my understanding is that's just common now. School shooting drills are common now. Like, what in the... How are the kids getting guns? I mean, it's not just kids getting guns. It's not kids shooting up kids. It's also non-kids going into a school and shooting up kids. Anyways, like, how is America real indeed? Just like the answer to this problem is relatively obvious. It's that maybe it's a little bit too easy for people to get guns. Maybe. Just maybe. It's like, I'm not saying we have to take away guns, but maybe it's a little too easy to get guns that can kill 10 children in 5 seconds. Maybe we shouldn't have it be that easy to kill children this quickly. But apparently, America is just fine with killing children. It blows my mind. I don't understand. I don't understand. Like, I don't understand how you have a child in the current state of America when the society of America has collectively decided that they're fine with the cost of children just being at risk of dying, being children. Because I need to be able to purchase an AR-57 Magnum 32 because it's shiny in my gun locker. What? Like, excuse me. Like, okay. Why is it an impediment to you that you have to, like, wait a little bit longer to receive that gun because there's more better processes in place to make sure that the wrong people don't get that gun? It blows my mind. I don't get it. And this is why it's, like, so hard for me to, like, seriously interact with so many people in the U.S. now. Like, why I just, like, don't want to interact with my family at all. Because, like... Saluna's Genshin streams always is political. Oh, I'm sorry. Apparently, it's a controversial political take. This is America, right? It's a political take to say we shouldn't kill children. I'm sorry. I apologize. Look. It's not hard to reach the obvious conclusion that such easy ability to get guns in America is why more children die in America in school shootings. Anyways, I don't think it's a political take. It's only political because there's two stupid dumbass parties in both of them are dumbass, yes, in different ways. One of them is slightly less dumbass, but anyways, yeah, money, whatever. I was just asking a question. Are they always this political? No, they're not always this political. I just don't even think that's political. Anyways, we're talking about the United States because we were talking about the current state of the world and how likely humanity was to self-destruct and how likely the United States was to self-destruct. So, anyways, I find this disingenuous. The majority of killings are not from school shootings and in fact inner city gangs. That's not what I was saying. That's not what I was saying. I wasn't talking about gangs. I know that gang shootings happen. I'm not stupid. Yes. You know what a side benefit? You know what a side benefit of trying to solve the school shooting problem would be? It probably would make gang shootings reduced a little bit as well. Because if gangs can get less guns, the people who want to kill children also get less guns. And vice versa. Why? You're doing the same argument that happened before. Where you're trying to say, I'm talking about, it's disingenuous to talk about school shootings. If you're ignoring talking about gang shootings. No. Why? Why is it disingenuous to, why? I didn't say gang shootings weren't a thing. Yeah, you want waffles, you must hate pancakes. Yeah. How dare you say you like waffles more, but you also like pancakes? Still can't believe you can go in a supermarket and buy a gun is insane. Yeah. As a support manager at Walmart, I had to be trained to be able to sell guns. And you would not believe how loosey-goosey the rules are on selling guns. Like, you not. Selling a gun to a person, like the training for it is literally like, do they give you the vibe? Like, not literally these words, but this is, you know, I guess, internet Gen Z slang, whatever you want to call. It's literally like a vibe check. Is like, it's basically a vibe check of should you sell this person a gun or not? I'm not kidding. That's like what it is. And in Minnesota, where Minnesota was better than other states. Like in other states, there's not even a vibe check. It's just you want a gun, you get a gun. And it doesn't even matter like what kind of gun half the time. It depends on the state. There's different restrictions on different kinds of guns in different states. But like, it's I'm not kidding. Like it was mostly just vibe check people. Like, and try to, do you get the vibe that they might be buying a gun for someone else? That's bad. That's a straw purchase. But like, it's just vibes. It was just vibes. Be a random Walmart employee. Yeah, sure, I'm a manager. Whoop-de-doo. Like, I don't know. I'm not saying the process was entire. It wasn't literally just a random employee. You can't. No, not any random employee in Walmart can sell you a gun, right? Like, there had to be some training for it. But like, scarily little, quite frankly. Anyways, could you buy a rifle from Walmart? Oh yeah, yeah. Not an AR. Walmart does not sell it. Well, my Walmart did not sell assault rifles yet. Like, my Walmart doesn't sell ARs, but it would not surprise me if I walked into a Walmart and I saw an AR for sale, because it's America. So, anyways, sorry if it bugs me that black people are deleting themselves at alarming rates and no one wants to talk about it. Yeah, like, I apologize for not talking about it. Like, I think gangs' access to guns and people who shoot up schools, shoot children, is... What am I doing here? Oh yeah, I have to break the rocks, don't I? I think it's two parts of the same coin, right? Is my point.
Let's get started.
I'm not saying solving one problem completely solves the other. I feel like it would take a investigation a little bit into where exactly gangs are acquiring their guns from and whatever to determine this. But you know.
Keep pushing.
Yoink.
Harder. Stay out of my way.
Anyways, not you soldiers in general. Yeah, I know.
Manifest.
So, anyways, I get where you're coming from. It's a fair part of the conversation to bring up. I just didn't like that you used the term disingenuous before when I was talking about it. I don't know. It was, from my point of view... Oh, I'm still missing one. From my point of view, the solution... Like, I don't think American gun culture is going anywhere, right? But it's clear that it's too easy to get too dangerous of weapons in America. And there's not actually that real... I don't know. And, like, Americans love to obviously bring up the Second Amendment. The right to bear arms. They don't talk about legs. The right to bear arms. And, you know, there's a reason that exists. But, like, I'll be honest. The right to bear arms... this is a more political statement, I will say. This has roots in, you know, again, American freedom and whatever. But, freedom rhetoric. Yeah, it is harder to get a car in America. You are not wrong. It is substantially hard to get a car in America. But, what was it saying? I'm distracted. Oh, right to bear arms. It was from a context of a world, 1776. Remember? 1776. The technologies available in the world to wage war were, like, relatively primitive. Even normal guns, normal rifles and whatever. Primitive versions of what we have today that are very accessible, right? And so that amendment, in the context of history then, I think made a lot of sense. From a context of, yeah, you give your citizens the right to bear arms to protect themselves against the government. Like, so much of America's founding was from this baseline core idea of giving the citizens, the people, the power to change the government, right? Giving the people control over the government. That is the founding of America. That's the fundamental idea. And the right to bear arms is part of that. In like the right to defend yourself against, you know, the government. If the right to defend yourself against, you know, military personnel. And I think it made sense in the context of like the technological state of the world back then, right? But nowadays, like, most people would say, you know, the normal citizen shouldn't have a tank, a functional tank, or probably, I don't know, rocket launchers, or shouldn't be able to freely make explosives. What, shouldn't be able to freely purchase grenades, right? And my point is, like, from the context of the Second Amendment existing, the framework of the Second Amendment existing so that citizens can protect themselves against, like, the military, if the military was threatening citizens, you know, what... You're not defending yourself against the current state of the military with guns that you can actually purchase. You can't. Technology is developed in a way you will not win a fight against the military. Why can't you have a battleship in your backyard? Why can't you have a surface-to-air missile system in your backyard? Exactly. Like, I understand there's flaws in this argument. Like, this is not the only intention that the Second Amendment has. Yada yada. But my point is the historical context of the Second Amendment was very different back then versus today, and you could define, we already restrict arms, is my point. The right to bear arms, we already restrict, the United States already restricts United States citizens' ability to bear in many kinds of weapons, right? And we simply should expand that to include more ones that are problematic, right? Not just the really problematic ones. So, anyways,
These
like,
things.
that, I'm pointing out I'm trying to point out the hypocrisy in trying to say that, like, the hypocrisy is that people in the United States will try to, like, be absolutist with saying that, you know, the Second Amendment means we must have free access to all kinds of guns. It's the Second Amendment. You can't do gun control. It's the Second Amendment. When it's like, it's the right to bear arms. We already restrict weapons. We already do it. Because people are not responsible enough to have weapons that can kill a city. Random individuals are not responsible enough for that. It is not something you just give random people access to. Can we amend the amendment? We can, but this whole discourse exists in the United States. So, you explain why Americans keep paying for their car after they buy it? Oh, you're talking about leasing cars? Because people are stupid. Sorry, Americans are stupid. That's the answer to me. Because Americans refuse to learn basic math skills. Seems to be the answer. Like, avoiding the trappings of, like, how bad leases are for vehicles, and this same thing applies to, like, things like phones, where, like, phone companies will do everything they can to trick Americans into financing a phone rather than just paying for the freaking phone, right? And then paying for the service to the service provider. Instead, the service provider tries to lock you into tricking, getting you to pay for financing, yada yada. Like, on average, it seems that most Americans don't understand math, is my overall understanding. I'm talking basic math. Like, they can't multiply what the cost of something will be over X amount of time. And they can't look up an interest rate calculator to figure out what it costs with interest. But half the time, it's not even like an interest calculation. It's like, you know, it's just as simple as, like, a lease is $300 a month for a car. And they just keep on paying for that for eternity. When, like, the only context in which leasing a car makes sense is if your intention is to, like, get a new car every few years. But as soon as you, like, go past a certain amount of time, you start paying more for your car than you would have if you just bought it to own it yourself. Like, yeah, because Americans don't do basic math. That's why. So, stereotype intact? Yeah, it is from my point of view. But I'm saying that from a American that does have, like, I'm not a math, I don't know in depth. I can't even do linear. I failed linear algebra in college, for not just because of like I didn't have the ability to. I think I could figure out linear algebra. It's not that complicated, for my current understanding of it. But like, you don't need linear algebra to live for an average person's life. But you do need to have basic skills of being able to add and multiply, and people just don't have that, and it blows my mind because honestly, like, my experience with the public American education system is it does actually a relatively okay job at trying to make sure people have basic math skills. They just don't retain it for some reason. I don't know. And is that specifically an American thing? Probably not. I'd assume this is like the same across the world. It's probably human behavior, but I don't know. I say it as someone who never struggled that much with basic math things. I've struggled with some math things, but not the basic math things that are most useful to your life. I don't know. I too failed linear algebra. Yeah, linear algebra was a teacher that did not actually teach, and instead it was just like a dude I could not understand at all what he was saying, and just was like, here's what linear algebra is, and he's like reading crap from a textbook. Like, oh, it's terrible. My experience trying to learn linear algebra at the University of Minnesota was terrible, absolutely terrible. University of Minnesota has too many, like, University of Minnesota, to be clear, valuable research institution in particular, but University of Minnesota has too many professors that are not good teachers, in my opinion. So, linear algebra is math philosophy. I don't know if that's exactly the case, but it's like linear algebra has like whatever. Oh, you want to know one fun math story that popped in my head that actually kind of screwed me somewhat when it comes to like higher end math things? Because it's one of those things that's like actually not that important, I think, for the average person to know at all. But when you start getting into like math skills you want for like programming and things, matrices, I was sick on like on the few days or like the week or something. I was sick the week. Didn't get sick that often, but I was sick the week that my school was teaching about matrices. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, matrices. My bad. I blame pop culture brain rot. And not learning that introductory course to matrices kind of effed me in some ways. Anyways, it was like annoyingly hard. Anywho's, what was my major in college? I mean, initially I went to college for physics. Initially I went to the U of M for physics. Where is the thing? I don't see a person. Also, there's a chest I skipped back there. We're going back. And then I dropped out of the U of M. I eventually went back to school and studied linguistics and communication and human communication, which is not how to communicate. I think people, biggest pet peeve of mine is me telling people I like study communication and linguistics, and then people being like, wow, you slip up in speaking a lot for being a good communicator, or for studying communication. And it's like, motherfucker, studying communication is not studying how to talk. You don't study how to talk. You just talk and you get better at talking. You're why we need gun rights. Because, no. Sorry, I was going to make a very dark joke. There's no bird. You sound like a good communicator. One of the funny things that I learned in, like, I thought I was a bad communicator when I went to study linguistics and communication. And I know this is like a little bit of an egotistical thing to think, and I don't say it often for this reason. Because like I'm still very not confident in my communication skills. I don't think I'm that good of a communicator. What I am good at is more often than not is recognizing when I make communication mistakes, which is often because I do be human. I make communication mistakes all the time, especially in live stream format where I'm just yapping my brain constantly. But I did learn when I was studying human communication, which isn't how to communicate well. It's simply like studying communication and linguistics is what I was studying. You don't have to study them both at the same time, but I think I got a valuable, unique experience studying them both. And I was like, oh, I had a realization. It was like, you know what? I think I'm a better communicator than I thought going into this. Like, I should have had more confidence in my own abilities. I didn't really learn that much of how to communicate in school, because that's not what I went to school for. But I learned that I was a better communicator than I actually was giving myself credit for. Not about how to talk, is about what to use when talking. No, not really. I mean, okay, really? I hate these birds so much. Okay, can I get a new bird? I hate this bird. This bird has no energy. Why is there a little wave riding thing when there's no creature here? Anyways, this bird also has no energy. Yeah, it's about how people communicate. It's studying communication is about how do people talk. Like what even is communication, first of all? Like, what is it on a baseline level? How do people communicate ideas to each other? How does transfer of information happen between entities on a fundamental level? Okay. Anyways, there we go. Okay, I finally did it. Okay, took me long enough. Wave thing is from below the mountain. Ah, I see. So, anyways, yeah, no, I didn't go to school to learn how to talk. I learned how to talk like everyone else does, by talking, by trial and error. What learning about human communication taught me for my own communication was how to recognize certain flaws in how I communicate easier, which lets me improve my communication better, indirectly. Do I speak other languages? No, because it takes a lot of time. And I'm lazy. And I haven't motivated myself. I like playing video games too much, in case it's not obvious. I like playing video games too much, so my default thing, I don't know. I've done a very bad job in my life to my own life's detriment, potentially, by failing to set aside some time to like refine skills. It's my #1 failing in my life, I would say. Because one of the best things you can do for your life is like, if you set aside like an hour a day to learn something, right? Set aside an hour a day to try to learn something, and you will steadily improve your options in life over time. But I have failed to do that, and I particularly feel self-conscious about that when I compare myself to some of my friends from high school that I talk to usually every week. Because like one of them works for Santa Monica worked for DreamWorks, and now he works for Santa Monica Games, and other one worked for Facebook and Apple, and now he's working for Crytek. I feel like I'm giving too much information about them, maybe. Oops. I feel like just this information might technically let you track down... Whoopsies. My bad. How did I learn to video edit? By being familiar with computer systems. I don't know. And I don't really think I would not call myself a real video editor, because most of my editing actions are like very simple decisions on like how to make cuts and how to just like, I don't know. I've learned to edit by editing videos, quite frankly, most of the time. So, anyways, my friends have been more successful than I have because they have purposely tried to refine their skills over time. The types, you know, who have programming projects going on that are just personal projects for themselves to work on, to refine their skills and learn new things. And I have always had like, I'd like to do this. I'd like to learn this language. I'd like to refine my skills in this, learn more about this. But then it's just choice overload of like, I have finite amount of time and too many things to do, and oh, there's a video game to play, or there's an anime to watch, or whatever, right? So, yep. I blame all of you. I blame all of you annoying, creative people who are so wonderful at distracting me to consume other media instead of making something myself. It's all your fault. You're all too creative. I hate other humans. They're too good at doing things that are interesting. And therefore, I want to consume the things that other humans create that are interesting, rather than creating interesting things myself more often than not. Anyways. Do they make content for anime waifu game? Checkmate? Yeah, true. They're so much less famous than me. Like, all they get is credits in good movies and good video games. That's all that they're gonna have. They just are like a minor blip. They're just a minor blip in the microcosm of a random individual that contributed to a project that took a lot of individuals. Whereas my garbage is my garbage. And I mean, arguably, you know, I have directly influenced, theoretically, even as small of a content creator as I am, I have directly influenced people more than they have, just by the nature of the internet. But anyways, thanks for stroking my ego, but that's mostly me just joking. I actually don't feel that way personally. I really, really need to just like set a block of time. It's probably like having stupid inconsistent schedule, not doing anything on a consistent time basis. So I'm just very not used to, like, I set deadlines for myself for when to do things. It's so loud. I set deadlines for myself for when to do things, but I don't like set a specific schedule for when to work on things, right? So I struggle with the idea of trying to be like, I should set this time frame out for the day to like learn a language or work on like programming project, whatever. So anyways, it's like yeah, I've never had any huge ambitions, just to live a simple, comfortable life. Yeah, that's like what my decision was many years ago. But I have this constant nagging thing of like, because I don't have huge ambitions, I have like 100 tiny ambitions. That's my problem. I want to live a simple life, but I also have my tiny ambitions. And it's hard to live a simple life and have tiny ambitions while liking to consume media. Like enjoying media consumption. AKA, I'm a normal, boring consumer. Oh well. Whose plunge animation should we get to see when we jump off the cliff here? Can I get out? Right. Hey, look, there's Ari up here. Python is fun? Yeah. I know very basic Python skills. Mika? Why Mika? Sure. You were the first to answer, Sylveon. I'll give you a Mika plunge. My lance and crossbow is ready. No, that's not Mika enough. My lance and crossbow is ready. I'm not gonna hit it. This is a Mika moment. Good job, Mika. I don't think that was supposed to happen. I think that only happened because I triggered it as I jumped in, and then and then we saw his little dots spinning into the distance. Oh, okay, that was funny. Mika, I'm sorry. Well, yeah. Oh boy, okay. Well, I feel like I'm not finishing this quest today, but I don't know. We'll see. I need to drink some water. My backup plan when YouTube inevitably explodes is a joke. I don't think YouTube... I think YouTube is less likely to self-destruct than the United States. For what it's worth. Like, I think YouTube is in a more stable spot than the United States is, but... more concerningly would be like my continued success on YouTube. is one, if I have the money, I could go continue my education. I am not against the idea of seeking out a master's degree in some form, but that would be if I have a particular profession I'm seeking out, and I don't know if that's going to make sense. But two, I think one of the things that is going to be like a stable potential career path for a long time is working in the energy sector. On an economic level, I do not think AI is going to replace specific hands-on experts that do things as simple as installing solar panels, right? For example. So, that's my backup plan in life, is I can get some form of apprenticeship in said energy-related trade. And I will probably be fine in life. But I also say that as a white boy in America. I acknowledge that I am in a privileged position with enough money saved that I can have some amount of freedom to do riskier things in life. NVIDIA's already training robots for that. I mean, sure, that'll be fine. But that's, I think, long enough off. It's far enough away from that becoming a real thing that I'm relatively confident I can figure out another backup plan by then. And if I don't, that's my own bad. Oh well. Oh, by the way, this. I saw... I do not cook. I'll preface this. Deep sea. Oh yeah, because that was, yeah. Genchin cookbook. Frick Amazon. Can I find a different link that's not Amazon? Here. I think Crunchyroll sells it. It's frick Amazon. If I have the option of not buying something from Amazon, I don't buy it from Amazon. Reasonably, at least. Anyways, there's an official freaking Genshin cookbook they're making, which is apparently only the first 4 regions, but there's like 60 recipes in here. And so this is too tempting for a video idea, right? Like trying to cook some dishes from the Genshin cookbook and being very terrible at it because I am not an experienced cook. I am not a chef. But, you know, it's an easy gimmick for a video idea. Cooking video. Or stream. Probably a video. Maybe a stream. I don't know. We'll see. I know people like cooking streams, so maybe. Could be cooking stream and video. That book doesn't release until like September, by the way, so don't expect it anytime soon. That's the case. It's a lot of work to pay what was already in the commercial market. What? For the cookbook? Or you're talking about something else? Stream it so we can flame you the whole time? Yeah, maybe it will. It'll probably be a Twitch stream if so, but... And it depends how annoying it is to set up. Can I trade anything in? Nope. Make pancakes. I mean, from what I understand, apparently, I think there's some information about what recipes are in the book. I think there's a gelatin product in there. I suspect I can be successful at making Jello. I think. So I'll start with that, and then and then I'd move up to more complicated things, and probably fail somewhere in there. So yeah. Yeah, I'll be the goose on the loose. And let's get ready for the pretty review. Turn on the lights. Jello Impact? Does Jello do... Oh, no, I get the joke you're making. Never mind. Because I was... Yeah, Jello didn't... Yeah. There is that one YouTube channel that makes all the Genshin special dishes in real life. She's incredible. That is probably not what my experience is gonna be. But Who is that, by the way? Because I should probably... Well, I'll probably be able to find them. I'm sure their videos are very easily searchable. Presuming that they title their videos something like Genshin Dishes in Real Life. And I'll probably plug their videos. Be like, if you want to see someone actually be good at making these, go check out this person. This is not what I am. Mine is going to be, with my limited, very, very low understanding of cooking, but you know, like I have no real experience cooking to understand like all the intuitive like things you shouldn't do, but I at least understand how to measure things, and I can follow instructions pretty well, so like it probably shouldn't go horribly. But then something will go wrong, surely. Something will go wrong, surely. Mori Kitchen. I have heard of that. Yeah, I've heard of that channel. I started to like Jello. Takes a bit less. I mean, I've made Jello before. It is probably one of the simplest things you can technically make. It's so simple that in my brain, it does not count as cooking, right? Like, I don't... Do you count making a frozen pizza cooking? I don't. But are you technically cooking something? Like, yes. I think Jello's the same. I think Jello is of equivalent difficulty as a frozen pizza. Right? The difference with the Genshin Jello is I think there's a piece of mint on top, which seems really complicated. Like, there's definitely complicated forms of gelatin to make. Like, but the gelatin dish in Genshin is like a normal thing of gelatin with a mint on top. So, but it depends on what kind of gelatin it is. I'm sure the Genshin gelatin will not be like Jello product. Yeah, I think the Genshin gelatin will probably be more involved. But yeah, anywho's. Yes, because you have to add your own flavors and whatever. So I have no idea. I'll follow the recipe. But yeah, Jello, I should have specified, is different than gelatin. All them achievements. What are we at? Oh, we're getting close. Trying to decide like how almost have 2 things there too. Okay. We need 7 more Oculus. Okay. So that's okay. You can see that in front of my face.
This chest is pretty good at keeping things fresh.
As long as it's made out of slime secretions, yeah. I'll go into the sewage and grab some slime. I could pre-make some clips for that as a joke.
Stay close.
Actually, I'll probably if I do a live stream for it, that can be like something special for the edited video. Just some joke clips. I'll be like, all right, well, it says I need to get some slime, so they just go out to like the mud, go into the mud, just grab some slimy like algae water. Yummy. As a joke, yes. No, that'd be a joke clip. Like this is what I'm including, in the recipe because it said to like include some slime. Because I'm assuming the official Genshin cookbook has little joke things like that, where it says go get some slime secretions. You know, but actually it says to use real ingredients. So I'll lean into the joke. That's assuming the Genshin cookbook makes a joke that I can build off of, right? I'm not actually going to put disgusting water into a gelatin product. The frog egg stuff that floats in the water. Exactly. Yeah. That's perfect. Although I don't really want to take real frog eggs. That seems a little bit rude to the frogs. Especially because like frog populations are doing so. It makes me so sad. Like I grew up with frogs like everywhere. Like, I grew up in a rural America, and we usually lived like near water. And as a kid, my like pastime, one of my primary pastimes, is going around and catching frogs or other amphibians, reptiles, whatever, along the water. They're just gone, man. There's no more freaking frogs. The frogs are gone. They're all dead. So if I found some frog eggs, I feel like it'd be a horrifyingly terrible thing for me to do, to take those frog eggs from the wild. That is. Like, no. Anyways. Deliver the Pyroculus. I need 7 more before I get a level. All the turret frogs turn gay, so they stop producing. Yeah, that's the problem. It's definitely not environmental pollution on a massive scale in rural America that slowly polluted waters to the degree that it annihilated frog populations. Yep. It's definitely not that frogs are very sensitive to chemicals in the water that their biology is not used to. It's definitely that they're gay. But you know what? If frogs go extinct because they're gay, more power to them. Good on you, frogs. I hope the same happens to humanity. That'd be the best reason for humanity to go extinct. Humanity goes extinct because they all turned gay. Perfect. The world became a better place in the process. We die in 100 years, but at least we became better people. Probably not. I'm sure if everyone became gay, there'd still be... Most people would be pretty shit for some reason or another. Anyways. Why are we talking about this? Frogs deserve the planet more than us? Yeah! Hello. I feel like I should just get eons on. What am I doing? Oh wait, I thought there was an exploding flower here. I should just get eons on. Watch your videos, first time watching you live. Hi. This is an interesting stream to come to live. I'm wildly talking about things that are not normally the thing. Usually I get distracted enough with talking about Genshin things specifically to stay pretty focused on yapping about Genshin, but today we're talking about a lot of not Genshin things, which is fine. Apparently there's a chest. This is not a regular stream, but welcome.
I'd have put this on top of a mountain to motivate the rock climbers.
Rock climbers are super impressive, by the way. Like, their ability to
Stay out of my way.
climbing, like experienced rock climbers, like rock climbing competitions, are kind of fascinating to watch. Like how they can, how these people have learned to like use momentum to prop themselves up in different ways in order to elevate themselves on like up surfaces that seem impossible at a glance to elevate themselves on. Like it's just like freaking speedrunning tactics in real life, really. Like it's the same practice, I mean, wherein like you learn, you understand an underlying mechanism. In this case, rock climbing is understanding the mechanisms of how friction works with, you know, the human body and your body weight, and how you can prop yourself up in order to gain bits of height. Anyways, rock climbers are like math to gym people, yeah. Yeah, there you go. That's why I like them, because they're math gym bros. Have you ever rock climbed? No. I'd be interested in it, but maybe a thing I will do when I move to the city, because if it's accessible within like a reasonable distance, and it's not like an hour-long drive to go to a rock climbing facility. It's one of those benefits being able to explore other interests, right? Of living in a city, because there's more things to do in a city. You know, which for some reason, that is an idea that rural people cannot figure out. I used to be a rural boy. I'm still mostly a rural boy. But I can understand what the value of the city is. I feel like I missed one. Became one of those darn slitty slickers, yeah. I'm everything wrong with the world. I'm ruining rural America because I dare acknowledge that there are some benefits to non-rural America.
So,
This is what the world considers
To be clear, there's
treasure.
benefits to rural America. I love, I'm not like something with someone in love with the city. If I was in love with the idea of the city, I would already be living in a city. But the sad fact of the matter is, I think rural Americans have made decisions that have made rural America worse.
Unleash. Do your master's bidding.
I don't know.
Off to the
Anyways.
freezer.
And oh well.
Manifest.
What is even the point of living in rural America if all the frogs are dead? Like, for real.
Unleash.
Like, if I inherited my parents' house in 20 years from now,
Pinnacle of excellence.
right? Well, no, I hope my parents don't die in 20. Well, oh crap, how old are my parents? Oh, oh, I don't like that thought. Oh, that's a weird thought. I don't like that thought.
That felt
Because 20 years is not that long.
pretty good.
But like, actually, statistically, it's not very unlikely for my parents to be dead in 20 years. Oh, that's a weird thought. That's a little hair-raising thought. Oh. Anyways. I just threw out 20 years as an example, but it suddenly became very real as a possibility. Anyways. Point being, if my parents die in 20 years and I inherit the house, yay, I own a house. The problem is, the frogs are dead. Like, I don't even think I could enjoyment, even if like I could actually get good internet there, because maybe. But like, also 20 years from now, I suspect like where they are positioned, they might have good internet because of the fact that the city might have expanded enough that like the area that was rural is no longer rural, and it's actually just part of like the township proper. It's not part of the township, it's part of like the town. Like, but all the frogs are gone. Like, the water is slowly, the water on the property is slowly going away. Like, it's just evaporating slowly. Like, the little, it's a small, it's a very, my parents' property that I spent most of my childhood on, well, half of my childhood, it is like a property that has a small like lake on it. It's like not a tiny pond. It's several acres at least, like, well, probably more than several acres. I don't know. It's a largest pond, a small lake, large pond kind of thing, and it's not like a great fishing spot or anything. Most of the fish in it are bullheads. You know what bullhead? Here, I'll look up bullhead for context for people's. Bullhead. These fish. What a pretty fish. It's not a catfish, this is a bullhead. There's a difference. And that is what we call them. But these fish, and they're mostly not that big. That is a freaking, that's a world record bullhead. The normal bullhead is like this big. Not this big. It looks like a catfish. I mean, I'm sure they're related to catfish. But anyways, there's not that much fishing to do here. People don't fish for bullheads usually. And so, anyways, it's just a pond that like no one cares about other than the people specifically living on it, right? It was a perfect spot for me to like go kayaking, and there's lots of turtles there. This turtle is from that pond. This turtle is from there. That was a photo from there, right? He's in the pond, that pond water, and
take your true form.
they're all dead. All the frogs are gone. Like, there's just none there. Whenever I visited it, I like go and look for frogs. And there's like nothing. Like, there's so few, and they used to be everywhere. Everywhere. And it makes me sad. Like, it unironically like destroys any desire I have to living there in the future if the frogs aren't there. Maybe I could repopulate it. That'd be an interesting challenge. I wonder how hard that would be. I don't know. I'll figure that out. If I ever inherit the property, I'll deal with that. I think my parents are considering selling the house, though. So, which would make me sad a little bit. But it's their choice. Where's this Oculus, by the way? Is it down here? Yes. We've gotten like a little distracted from the quest, but that's fine. No, I'm not an only child. I have 2 siblings that could potentially inherit things, and I don't know. I don't know what my parents would be inclined towards. Do I have squirrels? So, anyways, maybe that's what I have to do. If I was ever gonna dare consider living in my childhood home, what? I would have to try to repopulate the frogs. Because it's like such a core part of like what that location means to me. I know it sounds stupid. I'm being a little bit silly with it, of course. But unironically, the lack of frogs breaks my heart on that. The declining frog population on that property breaks my heart. So, frog farm it is. Oops.
You'll regret that. Cryoing. Adapt the frog. Step aside. Let's.
If it is within my power to get the frogs back, the frogs must come back. Okay.
Coach will take it from here.
What is this supposed to end? You supposed to do something here? How do you get rid of the mud? Oh, I see. Hello.
You can't run. Unleash. The pinnacle of excellence.
What's this about frogs? I was yapping about how... I don't remember how it originally started, but I was yapping about how all the frogs are gone.
Coach will take it from here.
Like, as someone who grew up
Your master's bidding. Obey.
on lakeside property,
Flavor.
or
Unleash.
close to lakeside property most of my life, or near streams, went to cabins, whatever.
Can't run.
There's just so many, so many less frogs outside of like really, really disconnected areas. Like, you have to be quite disconnected from farmland
Burn it.
to find bodies of water, in my experience so far, that has meaningful frog populations. Now,
That felt pretty good.
the decades and decades of different chemicals farmers need to use for various reasons. Like, I understand. I'm not blaming farmers specifically. But the decades and decades of various chemicals farmers have had to use for various reasons have destroyed frog populations and amphibian populations in general. In many... in many bodies of water, in Minnesota. And by the way, for context of why, just in case you like don't understand why like bodies of water and near farmland is such a meaningful context to me, I should go bring up a map of Minnesota. Oh. Give me a second. In case you're not familiar with how many bodies of water are in this dang state. Okay. That's funny. Anyways, let's see. Minnesota map. Not opening Google Maps. Minnesota map. I should look up a lake map. There you go. That's a pretty good one. Bam. There's a little bit of water. There's a little bit of bodies of water. This is just lakes, not rivers. So like, you know. And there's a lot of farmland here that, you know, has indirectly decimated frog populations. And it makes me sad. So, because it's part of what I grew up with. But yeah. Anyways. what happens to those bodies of water when they're full of chemicals? I mean, it kills frog populations and other animals that are reliant on not having pollutants in the water to survive. And it was not something that happened suddenly. It was a slow transition after, you know, decades of these chemicals being used.
Obey! A little of this, stronger.
Punishment. Goose on the loose.
Goose on the loose. Always had a soft spot for turtles. Yeah, me too. My favorite thing on said pond that I've been discussing, one of my favorite things to do while kayaking, there's a lot of turtles around. Hello, friend. There's a lot of turtles around in the lake. Like, in particular, there was certain spots I could go to that I knew there was more turtles at. Enough so that what I could do is I could oftentimes, depends on the day and whatever, but I could oftentimes just go and sit in my kayak for a few minutes in a certain spot where there's a lot of turtles that would surface for air. And I could just sit for a while and wait until one popped up near enough to the kayak and just go and grab it right from the water. So I was a turtle snatcher. I'm a turtle snatcher where I'd go kayaking, wait for turtles to pop up around me, and go and yoink a turtle straight from the water. And I'm sure the turtle wasn't very happy most of the time, but it was fun because it's just like trying to yoink turtles, and they're not easy to catch, to be clear. I was not successful very often because, like, as soon as they like spot a movement, they realize, uh-oh, there's a thing near me. That's not a log. They will quickly swim away. And yeah, snapping turtles are a bit more tricksy to do. Usually it was painted turtles. I only think there's one snapping turtle I yoinked out of the water, and because there's fewer of them. But anyways, there's a thing near me. You're not a thing. Yeah. What am I supposed to do here? Oh, destroy the thing, I think, right? No? Maybe not. What do you want, sir? I guess I have to destroy all these, probably.
Coach will take it from here.
No?
Quick as a
Okay.
flash.
I don't know what I'm missing here in this spot. Clean my furniture, I guess. Yoink, yoink. Yoink. What do you need? We were kids then. I mean, I never said I only did that as a kid. I look, if I visit my parents' house and it's a nice day outside where I can go kayaking and there's some turtles around that I can snatch out of the water, you think I'm going to say no to snatching turtles from the water? Of course not. If a turtle presents itself, I'm going to snatch it from the water. Red-eared sliders. There's not many red-eared sliders. Actually, I don't even know if red-eared sliders are native to Minnesota. Red-eared slider range map. Yeah, they're not. So red-eared sliders are quite common. They're in Minnesota, but like they're actually not very common. But there's a very similar turtle that is the most common turtle in Minnesota. These turtles, painted turtle. So not red ear slider because they don't have a red ear, but very similar turtles. Let's look at the little babies. Also, baby snapping turtles are the most adorable little creatures in the world. Like, look at these one. Can you be higher resolution, please, Google? No. Look at this. Look at these little dinosaur looking. Like, they're just baby dinosaurs. They're wonderful. Look at their giant heads. Look at this dork. They're awesome. And they're like not angry when they're babies either. At all. They're just super chill. Well, sometimes they're angry. This looks like an edited adult snapping turtle, actually. It's just made to be small. I don't know. Anyways. But yeah. These little turtles are about the size of a quarter. So, anyways.
But look at me. This tiny frame is what my genetics gave me.
But snapping turtles, by the way,
From
have an undeserved reputation for being angry. They're mostly angry because you make them angry, and they're just being scared. They're scared. They're less angry and they're more scared. I've learned things as from various places about snapping turtle behavior and how you can actually get them to be pretty chill. So, anyways, fox or turtles, like as a pet or just like preference? Because like they're very different creatures. I think foxes are amazing. As a pet, turtles all the way. I'd 900 times over. C6 Lanyan question? No, use sack frags. Like C6 Lanyan does not get 2 skills per 20 seconds. C6 Lanyan gets 2 skills per 32 seconds. So the only reason you do Widzith on DPS Lanyan at C6 is if you want to spend less field time on Lanyan. But there's reasons to do that. So if you're playing a team, like for example, I was playing Pyro Traveler, Bennett, Lanyan, Farazan recently, and if I wanted to spend more field time on Pyro Traveler, with Pyro Traveler C6, you can choose to put Widzith or Sitlali Weapon, for example, on DPS Lanyan instead, right? Yeah, C6 is more like 1 skill per chamber, not, or 1 or 2 skills per chamber extra, not 2 skills per rotation. So, cooldowns still exist. Anyways, foxes or turtles? What am I doing here? I'm too distracted yapping about things. I want this chest. Do I have to go around? Is that all this is? Foxes or turtles? Like, some foxes, like, you know, what's the most wonderful fox? I think the first one top of my head is like a silver fox. Like, wow. Look at this creature. To be clear, foxes are not real pets. Dude, I don't think you should try to get a pet fox. They're not good pets from my understanding. Fennec fox, that's true. But there's so many good foxes. But turtles are better pets. So I am far more likely to have a pet snapping turtle in the future than anything. Oh, that's all. Okay, that's all I needed. Snapping turtles can actually be decent pets. Foxes, I think, they have a lot of problems. But that's just mammals in general, honestly, for pets. I'm not against the idea of exotic pets in general, as long as you do well, but I think it's a slippery slope, because it's hard to... I think it's hard to take care of a fox properly, from my understanding, and let them be happy. My understanding is they kind of want to let them be outside, so like the ideal is like a giant enclosure outside, and then you're getting into like, this is more like a fox habitat. So, I don't know. Anyways, seems like people who really like foxes go into you know, working at a fox habitat, mammal sanctuary territory, not get a pet fox. Whereas like reptiles, amphibians, they're pretty easy pets, generally speaking. Easier. Depends on the reptile, whatever. Arctic fox? Oh yeah. I mean, oh yeah, we can't forget red fox. True. Red fox. Red footfox. Red fox, of course. Iconic fox. And Arctic fox. Oops. Arctic fox, though. There's gonna be some generic, yeah. Oh no, good. It did give us some of the. The Arctic foxes change colors when they defeat their enemies. Fox tier list. Is there a preset fox tier list? Well, that's so many tiers. Oh my god. Okay, I don't know enough about these foxes to like make a real fox tier list, to be honest. I don't recognize exactly what all of these species are on site. I know some of them. That's a gray fox. Actually, is that a gray fox? No, this is a gray fox. This is a... Oh, what is this? This one's on the tip of my tongue. What is this fox? I don't remember. Anyways. But Yai Miko fox. True. I had to add Yai to the list. Oh, really? Okay.
Time to test my upper arm strength. Stronger.
Wait, that's the tail. What fruit do you like? Generally speaking, my favorite fruit, I'd say, is probably strawberries. Because they're strawberries. Which are not berries, by the way. But they're a wonderful fruit. Tibetan fox? Oh, yeah. Tibetan fox. Is that what that was?
You haven't
No.
quite
Oh, that's the
reached
derp
first base.
fox. Yeah,
Come
I
on,
see.
One more set.
Which is a funny fox. Like every image of this fox just looks funny. It's they just have a they're so funny looking. Anyways. It's so meat coated. Animals are wonderful. I want a pet pygmy goat. What's a pygmy goat? I'm sure I've seen these. Actually, I think I know what this is. It's one of the pygmy goat. Yeah, that's what I figured. Where am I? All the way over here now. Okay, well, I didn't think I had to go over here yet, but whatever. What's our Oculus situation at? 3? Okay, that's less than I thought.
Stay out of my way.
The Best of Us. Oh, speaking of the best of us, watching Last of Us Season 2. I'm only on like episode 4, I think. So I did not go into Last of Us Season 2 completely blind of what... I'm not going to say anything specific. I don't want to spoil things. I didn't go into it completely blind of what was going to happen. But I do feel like so far... Like I never played the second game. But I saw some of the general discourse around the second game. And, you know... I strongly feel, now that I've experienced some of the story and seeing some of the discourse, that much of the discourse, controversy around, you know, the story of Last of Us Season 2, aka Last of Us the Game 2, is a telltale sign of it being, like, a pretty dang good story. So, anyways, point being, I quite like Last of Us Season 2 thus far. I don't think I was supposed to come here yet. I thought this was like later in the quest, but that's fine. I used to watch a lot of Ethos Lab. Is Ethos Lab still making videos? I assume he is. Is he still doing Minecraft, or is he transitioned to something else? But I think someone's mentioned I sound like Ethos before. But anyways, I guess we could do this right now. Okay. Still going strong on Minecraft, yeah. Minecraft content apparently one of the best forms of content to get into. Minecraft is a rare, like, eternal game. I like actually don't think it's going anywhere forever. I can't see it going anywhere. It's just going to exist forever. Minecraft will outlive humanity, let's be real. So, anyways, Last of Us. I now want to play the game more, because I've read on some of the discussion threads some things that the game did differently on a storytelling level, like without specific plot details being spoiled. but like, cause I already knew like most of the main specific details. Beyond. I think I pushed that the wrong direction or something. Oh wait. And I don't know. I think it seems like I would like the game. Okay. Can I not break this? Oh, I can't. Okay. Just being bad. Bam. There we go. Okay. And yeah, Last of Us 2. I'm enjoying what this show is making me want to do is is watch that brain is flap. Okay. Play the game. Play the second game. Cause I think it'll be interesting. But I will definitely wait until I actually watch the rest of the show. So, anywho's, can't really say specifics. I think you are being too hopeful about The Last of Us. What do you mean by hopeful? I'm saying I like what they're doing. I think some of what they're doing in the show works better. Like, it's the same plot, right? I think some of what they're doing works better in show format because of the fact that games sometimes have the problem of, you know, the fact that the player is controlling the characters. When the characters do things that the players themselves think they wouldn't do in the same situation, aka when the characters are more their own character and less a projection slate for the player, it feels wrong. So, and hence where you get the discourse of some people that say Last of Us 2 is extremely good, and some people say Last of Us 2 was very bad. And I particularly gain more value from media that shows different kinds of people that had different kinds of lives in a situation, in a story context that is interesting. And I like not being able to know where things are going. Think those birds practice their synchronous flying? Oh, they're a little bit decent now. Are they? No, they're still the same time. Right, anyways. But yeah, I can understand why it's not for everyone. I've already seen like the funniest reactions of like it's like the overall feeling of like that a show or piece of media can't have a story direction that isn't what the viewer wanted for them to enjoy it is really a funny sentiment to me. But it's like, okay, if you need the story to go the way you are expecting for it to be a good story to you, that's fine, I guess. I don't think that I share that sentiment with that kind of person, but you can enjoy media however the frick you want. So yeah, ever play Borderlands? I play Borderlands 3 a bunch. But yeah, Last of Us 1 is about love. Last of Us 2 is about hate. Yep. That's the vibe I get too. And is the exact implementation perfect? Nah. But yeah. People don't like, you know, stories that are two sides of the same coin, I suppose. Have you played any first-person games? Yes. Is Belatra a first-person game? Outer Wilds comes to mind. Is definitely a first-person game. You know. But Belatra was definitely first-person. It's from my perspective. Anyways. Ever played Splatoon? No, I have tried Splatoon. It felt similar to other FPS games for me. And by FPS, I don't mean, I mean like, you know, the Overwatch, whatever kind of thing. I can enjoy them while playing with friends, but generally speaking, they're not something that grabs me usually. So yeah, Splatoon didn't really grab me. I thought it was an interesting idea. I get why people like it. I think it's a cool gimmick for a variant on how to make like the FPS formula work, right? Is what I would overall say. 91, huh? I think we have enough primo jumps. Oh, we definitely do. Okay. That's fine. Let's go do a temple. We need a Saloon of The Last of Us 2 playthrough? Maybe. I'm not going to promise anytime soon. But maybe. Particularly on Twitch. Offer. Alright. Finally. Oh, there's an elixir soon. Nice. I want a key. Nice. Alright. Key is 100 primo gems for the next pull, which is good. And we're getting decent progress towards, yeah, we're almost at 60% here. Very nice. Alright, we actually, you know, we're making slow progress at the start, I think, but we're making good progress now. I don't think we actually have to do anything. Like, I don't, it would make sense that the quest would be required to do the one, whatever quest we did underground here, or where it was, but, you know, the one we did. But it's, I don't know. Anyways, should we go somewhere to do the wishing? Last time we did, well, yesterday we didn't go anywhere in particular for the wishing. But oh, you know what we should do? I should go get this quick. But I think the volcano is pretty good. Not my favorite area in the game or anything, but enjoyable. I didn't mind the quest structure. In conjunction with the exploration, it feels like a weirdly small amount of exploration for how much area there is, I would say.
Stay out of my way.
Like I feel like I got 90% of the value of the exploration just exploring passingly while on my main account while doing the quest, right? So but yeah, anyways, last time we went to Xiangling's chef spot. Should we go to the Hotel de Board, or should we go to the underground? Not there. Should we go to the Hotel de Board this time to wish, or should we go in the underground area? I don't know. Dragon Spine? Escoffier got her vision there? What? Okay, I feel like Escoffier go. Okay, I'll leave the Dragon Spine because we haven't done Hotel de Board. We're at 45 pity, right? So that means this should be 55 pity. Double check quick. This will be 55 pity. And then 65 would be next. So we can do like, well, we're going to do the underground area. And then we can do Hotel de Board and then the actual pity pull. So we get into 73, so 74, sorry, and 75. Will be the third 10 pull. Yeah, we're at 45. Will be, yeah, I think that's what I'll do. So that's what we'll line up. We're going to go to underground for this pull. And then we can go Hotel de Board next pull, and we can do Dragon Spine the last one. Well, not necessarily the last one, because if we don't get it, if we go into 75 pity and we still don't get it, then we have to do single pulls. Then I'm not gonna do any wishing ritual. Wishing rituals are for getting them slightly earlier, and I would consider getting 75 slightly better than 80 pity. So I'll do wishing rituals for the temples, not for anything else. Anyways. Hello. Flap. Exciting. That's a wish refund. Nice. Ideal. That. Sick. That's not bad. That puts us at, already over 2 wishes, right? 2/5 of the way, or 1/5. Sorry, 1/5 of the way. Wow. Is she really such a mandatory pull for cryo enjoyers? Yeah. There's not many cases of that, but yeah, if you're a cryo enjoyer, probably yeah. Yeah. Not C1, but her C0. Yeah, refund is a refund, indeed. That is actually the ideal 4-star for us to get. Can I just wheelchair with Shalodin? Shalodin's a lot worse. Like, yeah, we'll do this again. GC Sim. Blap. That's turtle. Blap. Which characters should we look at? How about Ryo Thisley?
Orchestral pieces? I like to swap out the background music.
Let's find a wheelchair with Shalonin.
It's a great way to find new inspiration.
Here's wheelchair with Shalonin with Ganyu. Why Ganyu instead of Ye? Okay, can we... How do we sort by DPS? What? Why is... What is this? Oh, I sorted by... Okay, ignore the whale things. Move on past whale things. These are melt teams, melt teams, melt teams, melt. Hey, look at wheelchair with Shalonin. 66.7k. So, what do you think Escoffier is instead of Shalonin here? I believe it's around... I actually don't remember for sure. But I believe it's around 80, 90k DPS. Probably towards 80k, realistically. So, like quite a lot better. And notably less reliant on, like, specific 5 stars. Like, you're going to have a better baseline team with fewer 5 stars with Escoffier, with Risley, for freeze teams. Melt Risley is better. I mean, Melt Risley can compete at high enough investment levels. You see with the Bennett, Xiangling. Wait, this is fake. I'm sorry. Xiangling on Petra is fake. No. Here, this is a real one.
Making sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in the dish.
80k. Like, this is GC Sim.
Same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Yeah. So I don't know. If you don't, to be clear, if you only care about melt teams, you probably don't need to get Escoffier, although Escoffier herself is a pretty good melt DPS. Any other Ganyu? See what Ganyu freeze looks like. That's fake. Okay, melt Ganyu, burn Ganyu, 70k, 70k, 70k. Hey, here's... Wait, what? Why is Ayaka here? Okay, I mean... this is a support Ayaka. Or support Ganyu in freeze. Not what I was looking for. There we go, 60k. Right, like... It's pretty significant. Like, I don't know. If you want... If you are a cryo enjoyer and you want cryo units to have more team options, you should pull Escoffier. That is kind of where she's at for sure. Expect future cryo units to be significantly balanced around the existence of Escoffier. So, yeah. Check Ayaka. True. Ayaya. I'm too used to type in Ayaya. What? Did that work? I didn't see an update. There we go. Okay. 65k with Charlotte. Oh, that's kind of sad. Like 60k with Shalodin. Like, for reference, Escoffier. So this, no, not that time. So Shenhe, Farina, Escoffier is 100k DPS, right? So yeah. Anyways, it's not like you can't possibly, like, can you clear Abyss with the top Abyss team, the Yelan, Farina, Ayaka, Charlotte? Yes. Particularly this Abyss, which is so favorable to freeze. You can. You don't need Escoffier. You don't need any particular character. But expect your experience to be different when you, with a number of cry units now and into the future if you don't have Escoffier than other people have, right? So, anyways, sure seems like we're going to pity for Escoffier, and surely we don't put in all this effort and lose a 25-75, right? Right. But anyways, we have trying to do some math. We have the quests we can still do. So we have 300 more primo gems from this, which shouldn't take me that much longer to get, theoretically. Like we're almost at 60% already, right? Quest won't take that long to do. We're gonna continue doing a little bit of the quest here. I'm just trying to, so 300 primo gems plus 150 for tomorrow. I'm trying to see like how easy is it to get another temple tomorrow? Plus 150 plus whatever the frick from the event. Which is at least 120 plus whatever in this. So I'm just gonna guess like 180. So that's 630 primo gems. Just from without counting any additional exploration things, right? Just that. Plus the 216 I have right now. Plus the 160. So that puts us at 1,000. So we need to farm like another 600 prima gems through like Oculus sources, through which we're close to a level in the Oculus thing, through sigil prima gems, and through chests and quest completion, which should be very doable. That shouldn't be that hard. It should be doable to get another temple tomorrow. Okay, we're on track. We're very on track, I think. I mean, we're getting close, right? We only have 5 days left. We're on track. Okay. Why does it say 23% exploration? Is that for this area? Oh, it is. Okay, interesting. All right, yeah, let's go back over here. Probably faster here. You lost 50-50 to C1 Dia. I wish I could lose my 50-50 to Dia on my main account. But if I lose my 50-50 to Dia on this account, I'll be a little salty. This will be true. It will somewhat annoy me if I manage to get C3 Dia on Polearms only. Anyways, let's go down here. Still grinding? We're grinding until we get to pity. We certainly ain't grinding to 2 pities, that's for sure. Ain't that motivated for C1, but motivated enough to try for it, at least with the 25-75. Where's an Oculus? I'll go yoink that quick. Supposed to take the Rainbow Road, I see. I don't know where that Rainbow Road begins. Oh. What? Why does this exist? This is like... I'm trying to think of like a real world allegory to this. I don't know. That tiny little road. There we go. How am I supposed to get there? I do not remember. Oops. Oh, I see. I understand. Ow.
Control breathing. On my... There are a few interesting things.
Still mad Chronicle Wish gave you 2 Chi-Chis? Yeah. I can relate. The 2 times I wished on Chronicle Banner, I have only gotten Chi-Chis. Or not only Chi-Chis. I got Chi-Chi at least once. I think the other time I got Diluc, but both times were standard banner characters, which... Just like, ugh. It just really makes the Chronicle Banner feel real bad. With the other problems the Chronicle Banner has, when you also lose to a character you could lose to on a normal banner anyways. But then don't get the normal benefit on a normal banner of having a guarantee you can carry over. Ooh, okay. No, they don't actively sway towards more Chi-Chis or anything. You can look up data from the submitted polls and you can see it's fairly accurate. Because I didn't actually have to come back up here, did I? Should I just... I don't know. I don't know if it's better to go... There's an easy way to get up from there, from here, or not. Apparently I just murdered that dude in cold blood. Oh, I didn't really expect to take a carpet ride up here. Don't think this is where I needed to go either. Okie dokie. Maybe it is. Oh, I think it is. Okay. Do. Hello, friend.
Manifest. Cryo incarnate. A little of this boost. Can it go about faster, stronger?
No boost.
Judgment.
Sad.
Punishment. Form first. Step aside. Unleash. Yeah, off to the... Yeah.
Win.
That felt pretty good.
Alright. Well, it was confusing me with their choice in every regard to the game for about a year now. Me too. Well, either that doesn't confuse me. Oh, yawns. Sorry. But apologize if I made anyone else yawn. Only thing that's confusing me is... Oh, I need to switch lines. Or not confusing me, sorry. Is the increase in animation quality. Steady increasing in visual appeal is not surprising to me. What?
Keep pushing.
Oh, okay. Why? Oh. Oh. That's why. Bro. Leave me alone. I'm literally not doing anything to you. I really wish the Saurians didn't aggro by default. It just doesn't seem to make sense to me. That one better not aggro me. I thought Escoffier just started targeting it. What do you mean? Okay. Duplicate hat. What do you mean Saurians are haunted by Natlanes all the time? I guess, yeah. They pretend to be in harmony with them and also murder them all at the same time. That would explain their behavior a little bit. Oh, yogi. Oh. That was the intended route to get up there, I see. I see. Did you get a rare bongo item? I did. That's the hat Bongo Cat currently has. I finally got a new rare item. The first time in forever. Oh no. Got the Rio team you showed him put in an Escoffier team. It's at least 10k DPS better than Shallonen. Yep. Not a surprise. So again, isn't like so different than it's like you need it, but you know. Oh, good job. But it very much might be something you want to have. Can I dodge? There we go. Okay. Wow. You know, whales come up to the surface when there's a small boat and wait for humans to scratch the parasites off of them? Do they really? Not surprising. They're obviously intelligent. It's not surprising that they do intelligent things, but that's interesting that they specifically do that. I think most animals, the more you observe them, oftentimes the smarter they tend to seem. So obviously it depends on how you would define intelligence. Why am I going over here? Up there. Let's go over there first. Okay. How do I go there? Oh, I see. Damn. I found whales fascinating too, spending $2,000 just to play 30 seconds of Abyss. That's true. They are really fascinating creatures. Sometimes they show a very small snippet of intelligence. And then the other whales show constant intelligence. Lasers. I got Aoife sad at how underwhelming his numbers are. What happened? Mihoyo decided they needed to release at least one Natlan 4-star that has very little relevant use case other than for people who enjoy him. Like Aoife's at a place where I think he's decent enough that if you really like Aoife, he's usable. Right. I prefer the whales in the ocean. Yeah. I think whales in the ocean are better. Maybe we should revitalize whaling. Not for the ocean whales, but for the gotcha whales. Is this a petition I should have... That would have been a good April Fool's video. Let's bring back whaling. we need to hunt whales. I feel like I might get caught up in that, because depending on your perspective, you might consider me a whale. But anyways. Whales and Genshin keep the game profitable for Hoyo. That's true. Probably. I don't know. I'm relatively confident they get more revenue from things like Welkins and Battle Pass. I bet that whaling is like a not insignificant portion of their revenue, but I bet it's something in the neighborhood of like less than 15%, right? Did you even do the Charlotte video? No. Is that part of whaling? I didn't do the Charlotte video though. Because it ended up taking too long and got distracted by other things I wanted to work on. As always. So, you know, all my videos are April Fool's videos. I don't need to make April Fool's videos when all of them are. It's a joke. Where is it? How close are you to Escoffier when we're at 55 P80? And we should definitely be able to relatively easily get a 10 pull tomorrow. And then another 10 pull the day after that, which means unfortunately, so tomorrow's Friday. I normally don't stream on Saturdays. It's possible I might stream on Saturday. I don't know what I'm doing with my friends on Saturday. One of them's been gone for a while. But I think I'm probably doing stuff with my friends on Saturday. So that means we'll probably have to wait till Sunday or Monday to get to pity. I suspect. But oh well. Where's the continuation of the quest? Oh, I see. I'm in shock at how much you're willing to play for a temple. I mean, it's kind of just live stream content for me to an extent. Do I think I'd be motivated to do this if I wasn't streaming? Probably not as much. Yeah. Like a large dolphin to me. Yeah. Dolphin feels more appropriate to describe my pulling. But even with my pulling being, I pull for things that make sense for content or if I'm interested in them. But I don't know. I think, like I said, I'm going to try to transition, I think, back to... It was a fun year experimenting with the value of trying to pull more for characters and do wishing videos or whatever, yada yada. Not that I'm not gonna do wishing videos anymore, but like, cause I still like using wishing videos, cause like Skirk wishing, for example, will be my video where I just have a yap about her kit, while people come for the Gamba content. I hopefully get them to stay for my yap about her kit. But I don't really feel like I got that much content value out of getting the extra characters, and in some ways the resource cost of leveling all the extra characters I pulled for, because that's mostly what the money spending did in this last year, right? Was it got me extra characters I wouldn't have otherwise gotten for the most part, and a couple like random 5-star weapons. Yada yada. So, I don't know. Anyways, point being, I want to transition back to mostly just pulling characters I'm personally interested in. And I will still spend money if I feel like it makes sense, because I can justify it on a business cost level, but, you know. The experiment of the last year has told me that I should just, you know, return to form, I suppose. Anyways. Yeah, Gamba can be fun to watch at times, indeed. I didn't make the Escoffier Gamba video if it wasn't obvious. I could have. I just wasn't in the mood to make that video. You justify M2, Hugo? No. No. Not with how the lighter pulls went. I have spent enough money in Zenless. And it's definitely not justifiable on a business cost level. Tax-free pulls. It's not tax-free, but it is tax deductible. The Genshin pulls are. I'm not going to tax deduct my Zenless pulls. Well, I don't know, I probably could, but I don't know. Tips on starting Genshin content? I don't know. I don't know. I'm sorry. Like, I think the best advice I can give you is try to find a niche and just make unique content that's interesting and worth watching. Try to do something unique. What that exactly is, I don't know. Ultimately, I feel that I have done relatively okay in that area, making unique content people want to watch. And more importantly, nope. I think I got lucky. I had an idea, starting off of a trend that Java started, and transitioned to doing a little bit of different things, obviously, eventually. But I think I got a little bit lucky having the right idea at the right time, even if it wasn't that unique of an idea. So I don't know. What do you do for starting Genshin content now? Whatever you feel most motivated to make Genshin content are, because I think one thing that's relatively abundant in many people's content, like many people's video content in particular, that shines is if you're passionate about something. How you present that passion is up to you, right? But you know, for me, I don't even know if I do it that well. But I don't know how many people realize much of my like criticism of Genshin comes from a place of wanting the game to be better, of actually liking the game. Believe it or not, I do not hate Genchin Impact. Am I confident I'd be playing it for this long if I had not become a content creator? No. Like I said, I don't think I can detach my experience of playing Genshin from being a content creator at this point. It's too intertwined for me. It doesn't even make sense to separate that out that much. I think I would have treated it more like a more normal game, though, if I wasn't a content creator. And I would have probably stopped playing it after a fairly normal amount of time. Because I, generally speaking, don't play games for, 6 months to a year. But, anywho's. Wow. Zenless stream in a few hours. I mean, I can do, like, dailies and whatever. Maybe in Zenless to end the stream. I see an Oculus over here, though. Wait, that's the one I just failed to grab. I forgot. Alright. Just teleport back. Oh, anniversary stream. Oh, yeah, I forgot. Yeah, that's true. I actually should try to... I don't know. I should try to go to sleep early for that. So maybe... I wonder how close I forgot about the Zenless stream. I don't want to do 2 streams tomorrow. I have to make some videos for the weekend still. I have the Lania video recorded at least, but that's gonna be... I have an easier video I can make tomorrow. So the Lania video doesn't need to be posted immediately. I don't know. Anyways. I gotta figure out what I want to do. I don't know. Maybe I should decide now. Because it's only 6:30 p.m. here. But if I want to wake up at 6 a.m., that changes things. If I want to actually get sleep. Or do I just get no sleep, stay up till 6 a.m.? If I get no sleep, stay up till 6 a.m.
Okay. Cryo incarnate.
I sure hope that in that time frame I manage to, like, finish... What? Okay. I managed to finish at least one video for the weekend, like the Lanian video, but I don't know. Anyways. Wake up at 6 a.m. for the stream, go back to bed again? Yeah, maybe. The problem is I was going to consider streaming for trying to do another 10 pull tomorrow, right? I forgot about that factor with the Zenless stream. I'm not going to do 2 streams. So, but I could do, watch the Zenless stream and then do Genshin 10 pull, right? Yeah, that's something I can't do. Ow. In one stream together. I don't know. Anyways, what's likely to happen is that I'm gonna fail to, even if I try to fall asleep though. Even if I try to fall asleep early, I'm gonna fail to fall asleep early.
Control breathing.
Because that's what happens whenever I usually attempt that.
Unleash.
Are we going to the 10 pull tomorrow with like 4 to 5 pulls pre-farm today? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. So we can like see where we're at after we do this quest, and that's probably the end point of the stream, right? Forgot about this section. Oh, good aim, wow. Oh yeah, speaking of aim, Helldivers. Played one round of Helldivers yesterday night. Because there's the defense of Super Earth is going on. The Illuminate are invading Super Earth. So there's some city maps you can play on right now. And it's got some like they got some fun gimmicks going on with trying to shoot down certain enemies. The Illuminate are now much more fun, for sure. I'm curious how hard it's intended to be for the community to be able to fight off the Illuminate and Helldivers, because presumably it's possible to fail and that Super Earth falls and that it resets the game. The voteless are winning. Yeah. So, I don't know. Has a city fallen yet? I don't think a city's fallen yet, right? But I think a city will fall soon. Technically, the win condition for Helldivers for protecting Super Earth is only one city standing is still a win. If all other cities on Earth are dead, but one city is still protected and the alien menace is fought off, that's good enough. And that's my assumption, is right now, like, the intention is for some cities to fall, because like the player base is split between different cities. But then as cities fall, the player base will become more focused on specific cities, and we might actually fight them off. Yeah, I think I'll be playing Helldivers on Saturday as well. Yeah, it's Independence Day movie vibes, exactly, yeah. It's a fun thing going on right now. That missed. Oh, it did miss. This thing is like Helldivers if Helldivers was a terrible game. You know, as far as a little interactive thing goes, this is fine. Obviously, this is not intended to be a meaningful game. Four stars for the banner been released? Yeah, they have. I think they announced them this morning. What were they? Toma, I think it was exactly what they were expected to be. Yep, Toma, Sara, and Lynette, as well as the weapon banner. It's a poopy weapon banner. Yep. So, my review of these banners, weapon banner poop. Engulfing lightning, meh. Has use cases, it's meh. Kanich weapon is mostly for Kanich. Raiden is Raiden. If you know you want her, you want her. The main reason to get her is because you like her. That's fine. Kanich, interesting boy. Main reason to get him is if you want him. Toma is an okay Kanich teammate. Sara is an okay Raiden teammate. And Lynette is on the banner for some reason. There you go. That's my banner review. Banner of all time, indeed. Okay. Phlogiston unit. Well, that's C6. I wonder how fun she is. It's fine. I was hoping it'd be more fun than what she ended up being. But that's not that big a deal. Should have put Shivers. Yeah, I'm of the opinion they should have rerun Shivers again, but I can get why they didn't, because they just reran Shivers. But this does make this ride and banner way lower value than the last one. But yeah, they did just run Shivers, so with the Veressa, right? So it makes sense. I get why they didn't rerun her again. And Lynette, presumably they just needed to rerun. So, you know, is what it is. Where's that Oculus?
Manifest! Do your master's bidding! Off to the breeze! Quick as a flash! On my... Lights out! Unleash! Shoot! The pinnacle of excellence! Yeah! Obey! Ha, rah. Yeah, za.
Hello.
A little of this. Unleash!
Oh. I for some reason thought that was being turned solid. But not yet. 2 Inazuma 4 stars along Chronicle banner is really weird. Yeah, it is kind of odd. That's true. I don't know. Their 4-star rerun decisions do confuse me.
Are we sure this stuff isn't expired?
Let's see it. Oh, this goes somewhere. Okay. Good. Hopefully this doesn't take that long. Do.
Coach will take it from here.
Okay.
Form first.
Really?
Form first.
I remember this. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Harder!
Controlled breathing.
What? Oh my god, are you serious? Do I have to wait for it?
Quick as a flash.
But it doesn't shoot until... Oh. Okay. Why didn't it work the first 2 times? Yeah, I'm assuming their intention. I don't think they're trying to use 4. I don't think they want to use 4 stars as Chronicle bait, because they know that like the chance of getting any particular 4-star on the banner is stupidly low. So like I don't think like the 4 stars are that meaningful of a selling point for Chronicle banner, right?
Unleash!
So
Manifest!
that leaves us with presumably they just, I don't know.
Do your master's bidding!
Maybe Mihoyo thinks Sara is better than she is. I mean, Sara is going to be better in co-op. Sara is a much better and compelling attack buffer in co-op than Eon's is, which is an interesting context. Maybe that's their intent. I don't know. Another thing. Hello.
Obey! A little of no soup! Controlled breathing! Form first! Judgment!
Yes.
Lights out! Pinnacle of excellence! Manifest! Cryo incarnate!
Does Sara have negative range? What do you mean by negative range?
Off to the full speed ahead.
She actually buffs unlike Eon's and she can do some damage. She can more compellingly do damage than I would say. I didn't need to do that. That was points. She can more compellingly do damage than
Quick as a flash.
what's her bucket? Eon's could, particularly because she'll actually buff.
Manifest!
Yeah, it might just be as simple as like
Controlled
there's still old guides that exist, or even new guides that will say Raiden or Sara is an okay teammate, and the only place that makes sense to rerun Sara is on Raiden banner. So like they rerun Sara on Raiden banner. Yeah. I sincerely hope they rerun Eonson next patch, by the way. Like, I need to rerun Eonson fairly often. And I think it would make sense to rerun Eonson. Oh, I did that early. Oop, whatever. Rerun Eonson on the second half banner. Or just rerun Eonson with Moika, actually. Yeah, just rerun Eonson with Moika. Whatever half Moika ends up on, rerun Eonson on Moika banner. That's what they should do. It's just a lore thing, right? Yeah. Eonson is the new Chevy? No, Chevrolet is better than Eonson. Opinion, I guess. Disclaimer. But I feel fairly strongly about that. I don't know. They do different things, but oh, good. There's that Oculus. Whoop. Okay. Didn't expect to fly out over here. Anything I should do here while I'm here? This. What? You're delusional to think they will put Eons on a Moika or Skirk banner? Why? Do you think there's other compelling Hydro and Cryo 4 stars for them to put on the banner? Oh, good. That's exactly what I wanted. How long do I have to do this? Okay. Since when have they consistently put synergistic 4 stars on banner? I'm not saying it's super likely. They've obviously been quite inconsistent. They usually have at least like 1 or 2. Like the Raiden banner does have 2 synergistic 4 stars, right? Oh, this is another bus ride one, isn't it? Oh crap! Oh my god. Okie dokie. And I would hope they rerun Eonson on banners she is relevant on to some degree. And with Moika, it would be the most sensible one. So, I don't know. Obviously, Eonson is not synergistic with Skirk. And maybe that's more of a reason for them to do that. I don't know. Anyways. 4 stars on Chronicle banner is always just 4 stars from the region that the Chronicle banner is. So the Inazuma Chronicle banner only has 4 stars for characters. 4-star characters from Chronicle banner. Or from Inazuma. Brain derp. Crystallized Chev would be a good idea. What element? Like, what do you mean by crystallized Chev? Like Chevrus, like a Geo Chevrus that gives red shred based on the element she crystallizes? 'Cause I think you're just asking for a slightly worse version of Shalonen. Unless you're talking about something other, like, I'd be fine with the idea of a Geo, of a Chevrus equivalent that, like, locks to Geo and one other element or something. If that's what you mean by Geo Chevrus. You'd have to, it wouldn't really be crystallized, though, it would just be specifically whatever the element combo is. Can we get a design that isn't Chevrus in a different flavor? Yeah, that's true as well. I hope we do that. I like Chevrus, but we do not need every character to be Chevrus. Also, I hope future characters that are like Chevrus, presumably do that more, is 4 stars. And is more focused on buffing. AKA, I hope they're more Chevrus and less Escoffier. But maybe that's just a dream. Where's this waypoint?
Quick as a flash.
Right there. That's a bomb. What?
Goose on the loose.
Goose on the loose.
Off to the freezer. Controlled breathing. On mic. You can't run. Manifest.
Crystallized Chevre, crystallized does damage. Oh, that's what you mean. Yes, I would. I don't know if that's not really Chevreuse, I would say. That's more Nilou than it is Chevreuse. But yes, I'd be very, very down with the idea of a character that would make crystallized deal damage. I also kind of feel like they should just make crystallized do damage universally. Like, that just feels like an obvious thing they should do. Apparently the Genchin pre-version 1.0 beta, or alpha, had crystallized dealing damage. So, just let that be the case again. Okay, okay.
Full speed ahead.
Well, that is Bloom. No. I mean, Bloom does not... Whatever.
Full speed ahead.
I don't think Bloom is what we're talking about here. We're talking about adding value to Geo units.
Stay out of my way.
And also giving more value to having EM on Geo units.
I'd have put this on top of a mountain to motivate the rock climbers.
If you're talking on a mechanical level, that's what Bloom does. I would hope that they do something about how... If they're going to make crystallized deal damage, I would hope they do something that isn't just it being Bloom, where the crystallized shards explode after a timer.
Stronger.
But I would also not be against the idea if it was just Bloom. If it's just Bloom, but Geo units can now do it too, that's something at least, right? I don't know. Anyways. How am I supposed to break this? Don't see a Yoshi nearby. Can you hit it with Yunsa? I don't know.
Coach will take it from here.
Oh, you can. Okay. Oh. Oh. Wait.
Controlled breathing. I'd have put this on top of a mountain
Yoink.
to motivate the rock climbers.
Got it. Alright, cool. We'll ignore that for now and go back over here. Is this up above? No. It's down here still. Okay. Imagine if crystallized shields gave certain effects depending on the element of the shield. Pyro equals attack, Hydro equals HP. Yeah, that could be cool too. There'd still be problems with picking up crystallized shields they have to address. And that's still the problem with crystallized shields. And trying to utilize them. Like, Archaic Petra is a good artifact set for buffing utility, right? It's just too annoying on most characters in the game to try to pick up the crystallized shields to get the buff. So, you know. Shalonen is the easiest one because of how her jump forward movement mechanic works. She usually just kind of picks up the shields automatically, but still, she can still struggle to pick up the shields. What am I supposed to do here? I think this. There we go. Where are we at, by the way? Oh, nice. Not bad. Oh, and we can turn in a thing. Okay. Yeah, we're doing good. Just make the shield stack. Oh, what happened? Should have grabbed the thing. To make a character like Goro, Kachin, or Navi who can suck on the crystallized shields but off-field? Yeah, but I don't know. I think they need to change some underlying structure to how crystallized works more than just make a new character for it. I don't know what exactly they would look like, though. But I'd be fine with a character that does it, too. It'd be better than nothing. Like, honestly, if they release, like, a 4-star Geo version of Nilou that still is, like, as strong as Nilou, because, like, that'd be fine with how little AoE content there is. Like, in the current state of the game, Nilou being released as a 4-star character would be perfectly fine, right? So I'd be fine. I would like the idea of that, but for Geo. How do you make it good in single target, though? I guess you'd have to... And you can make it good in single target if the Geo crystallizes don't have a restriction like Bloom does, where enemies can only take Bloom damage only 2 times every 0.5 seconds. If you remove that limit and just as many crystallizes as can be generated, you get damage dealt to enemies, which means the AoE scaling would be ridiculous. And then in single target, if you play certain teammates that maximize the amount of crystallizes, it could be interesting. I don't know. Obviously be limited by how much... You're limited by how much Geo you can apply, generally speaking. So... Crystallizes a global ICD and how quickly it can be generated so they can remove that? Yeah. Alright. This whole sequence I remember taking a little bit, but... Muikers and Emily rerun together. Is it more worth to go for C1 Muika? Already C0 and eventually want her C2? Or Emily, who I also quite like. In my opinion, new characters over constellations. Always. If you have interest in new characters, choose a new character. But, I don't know. If you really like Muika, maybe. For what it's worth, the one utility that C1 Muika gives me is that it gives me more reason not to use her burst. That's the only reason I like C1 Muika at this point. But for what it's worth, C1 Muika has been actively annoying in some contexts, and I knew this would be the case. C1 Muika has been actively annoying in a couple contexts where the additional pyro application, like lasting as long as it does, lasting for 18 seconds, screws up your ability to like do reaction setups properly for like getting the right buffs going. So it can be annoying. Generally speaking, though, it's enough benefit. It's obviously just pretty decent. And C2 Muika is obviously pretty strong. So the point being, I think the main reason, realistically, for most people to get C1 Muika would probably be... Oh yeah, it's this one. Would probably be... I don't think I can go over here yet, right? Nope. What do I have to do for this? Not for the supportive utility. Like I did, where it lets you burst every rotation on Muika. That you can get it for that, right? You can get Muika C1 to let you burst every rotation on Muika without needing... Oh, I see. Without needing... Can I get this from here? No. Without needing... Can I yoink this? Oh, that's one I put in there. Oh, oops. Derp. Sorry. Without needing... brain. A Natlan unit, right? That's part of the reason I wanted it originally. And because I no longer burst from Muika, that is no longer a valid reason. But now it's just like extra off-field damage value and a little bit of attack percent, right? So realistically, C1 Muika is a stepping stone for most people in getting C2 Muika. Oh, I see. C6 R5 Mika is our first 1 million DPS team on GC Sim. Yeah, there you go. But yeah, Emily can actually enable some fun teams, but realistically, the main use cases would be Emily in obviously Knight teams, still compelling, and then Emily in my opinion, overburn teams. So that'd be Electro, off-field Pyro. Emily, usually an on-field Electro. So, like I play Clorind, Sino, and Polearms only, right? I find those teams very fun. And the balance of element coverage there is, generally speaking, enough to give you a lot of flexibility for dealing with a lot of different situations. that want different kinds of elements for different shields and whatever, right? It's a very versatile team. So I don't know. Yeah, new characters over Constellations. But if you really like Moika, maybe your priority should be Moika. I don't know. Depends what the state of your account is at. I don't want Moika to trivialize the game. I mean, then just be like me and don't use a burst. But, or don't get Moika. That's obviously an option too. I still like having Moika in my account because I like her for this, like for a long while I just wanted convenient options for pyro application off-field that weren't chungling. I wanted a decent amount of pyro off-field application and a little bit of damage. And that's what Moika Ebot does. She applies some pyro off-field. And yup. She does it well enough. And automatically, without having to think about it, no energy needs, very little rotation time or time required in the rotation to press her E. It's just nice. I like having her as a E-bot. You can use Pyro Traveler. Pyro Traveler is too slow a pyro application for many circumstances, but that is fair. There's many circumstances where it's perfectly fine. Just depends on the team. That is where I just came from, right? So let's wait. Would I have preferred Moika was just a 4-star character for an E-bot utility? Yup. I think Moika just says, like, remove everything from her kit, but the E-bot is a 4-star character. a good 4-star character. But a 4-star character. A Natlan Pyro 4-star, right? We never got a Natlan Pyro 4-star, so less. Other than Tribally. If you count them. I forgot what this puzzle was. Okay. See if I can figure it out. I don't think I was supposed to do that. Alright. Like the puzzle figuring out the combo to do with different characters of Moika, but it's always too strong. Yeah. That's my feeling as well. She just doesn't feel that engaging to work around because it's like, yeah, okay, it's interesting to think about how you trigger a crystallize trigger melt properly kind of thing. But then all you really need to do is just trigger melt in the first big hit, and like it doesn't really matter. So, anyways, I don't remember what I'm supposed to do here. So this gate closes. Okay. What? Can I walk through? Oh, there we go. Oh, it just didn't let me yoink it before. Okay. Alright. You can see a better option in Raiden overload teams than Xiangling. I mean, yeah. Theoretically, could let you get bigger number from Raiden herself. Not really going to be better for team damage, I don't think. But it's an option. If you're talking like, you know, Bennett, Chevrolet's Pyro Traveler. As you can do scroll on Pyro Traveler, and Pyro Traveler can get some decent damage with just EQ, right? So, yeah, I don't know. I haven't actually tried it meaningfully to compare it. Honestly, in some ways, I'd maybe prefer it, but Xiangling ER needs are not that hard in my experience in that team context, so like, I don't personally see that as that compelling. supposed to manually go over like this? I feel like I'm making this harder for myself than I need to. Orb lets you walk on lava? Oh. Well. I was indeed making this harder than I needed to. I do not get release characters with exploration passes, meaning having motorcycles and flying guns in the game. I mean, yeah, I don't get it either. But also the flying gun, at least... I can rationalize the flying gun relatively easily on the basis of, you know, the literal start of the game establishes like Fatui exists, right? And we have Fatui that are shooting you with magical guns, right? From the get-go. So, like, I have less of a problem with that. I think it's just more of the weirdness of the visual presentation feeling more gimmicky than anything, right? The motorcycle, though, there's no established precedent that I've seen for engines existing, so yeah, I dislike the motorcycle a lot. A chest. Hmm. Where's the chest? There it is. Let's see. I failed this like 3 times before when I did it on my main account.
Okay, I can get behind this filling.
Moonweek is just a motorcycle lady and not the god of war. Indeed. Wait. Hello? What? Okay. I didn't fail this time. Alright. Good. Oop. Okay. But yeah, no, Shalonen is a brilliant genius. She just figured out engines all on her own. She makes flying magic guns and motorcycles. Oh, she's a blacksmith? Yeah, that's what blacksmiths do. Blacksmiths make motorcycles. It's so... yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Kaya is a cavalry captain, not a single horse in game. Yep. Cavalry is actually referring to motorcycles in Genshin. Kaya, we'll get a 5-star version of Kaya in the future where he is using a motorcycle. Don't worry. Someone should go tell
sure the ingredients absorb the flavors in
Alex
the dish.
Steele, is that
To
his name?
End, a chef must be able to wield a knife with the same level of precision as a surgeon. Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, this dude. Fun YouTube channel. Go tell him he's a blacksmith. He should go make a video making a motorcycle from scratch in his blacksmithing workshop. I'm sure he can do it, right? That's how that works. He's a blacksmith. He should be able to do it according to Genshin. Like, she was making weapons? Okay. Fine. But, like, making the motorcycle. Varka will be interesting, horse or nay. What if Varka is a horse? Motorcycle then climb rock faces, fly in the air, and power. Yeah, it'd be a jet ski across. Yep. They have jetpacks, XD. Yeah, indeed. Probably get a horse character before horse animals. Yeah. Wait, do we have any cows in the game? We got a cow character for cow animals, unless the bulls. I mean, I guess the bulls are. Yeah. Okay. So then we got bulls at the same time. We got a cow character, right? So. Barker's a lady. Oh yeah, I forgot. Sumeru has cows, does it? Ah, blinding. Wow. Wink.
Adepti treasures have special powers. What about more?
Hey, look at that. 70% already. Next. For us to technically be a cannibal. I mean, probably. But I don't know. Cannibalism, like I don't know. Our birds eat lots of other birds. Are birds cannibals? Because like Varessa's not actually a cow. She's just like a cow human creature. So like, are birds eating other birds cannibalism? Some people consider that cannibalism. But like, really? Right? Like, no. So, it's a funny, silly thing to joke about, is my point. I don't think there's actually a real argument to say that Varessa is a cannibal for eating burgers. Maybe she should feel slightly weird about it. But I'm sure her logic is they taste good. If taste good, why matter? She might say the same thing of humans. Doesn't matter, tastes good. Birds eat other birds in nature? Yeah, that's my point. And I don't think that's cannibalism. Because they're not the same species. I don't know if you looked at Varessa versus what like the bulls look like. I don't think Varessa is the same species as the bull. I think she's allowed to eat the cow. I don't think she's the same species. I don't think it's cannibalism. That's my point. If there's bird species that are eating the other same species of bird, which there are, yes, that is cannibalism. But they're not eating the same species in this context, right? I don't think Varessa is the same as this thing. This is not Varessa. They're different. It's definitely not capitalism. Yeah. I don't need to be in this. Varessa being cow-like is a genetic mutation. Where did her lineage start? From a cow and a human? Probably. Probably shouldn't go down how the road the characters with animal genes got them. I mean, a lot of the characters with animal traits are like just fantasy creatures, so, you know, it doesn't really matter. I suspect genetics is not an actual thing that governs Tevat's reality. presumably, people look like animals in this world because Mihoyo decided they would. But in a lore sense, they probably just look like animals because that's what their people look like. That's what that tribe or whatever looks like. Let's not jump off like I did before. They never added any furry. I mean, who is the most furry-coded character in this game? I mean, Vressa's kind of furry. Yai is kind of furry. Kirara is kind of furry. Yeah, I forgot about Kirara. Yep. I don't know why I can't find her, but Shao. Fischl's kind of furry. Fish is a joke.
I created.
Shao was a joke too, but yeah. Goro, Diona, yeah. They're not very furry though. Definitely not the same as lycanthropes or theranthropes. Lycon likes in Zenless. Sucrose kinda, yeah. Kokomi's making a cosplay of a fish, yeah. Does this work like this? No. Oops. Okay. Tignari. Oh yeah. I forgot about Tignari. That's true. Shalona. I guess. Oh yeah, she's a leopard tail. Whatever. Yeah, I don't know. It's all just characters with random animal features. If Shalona eats a leopard, is she a cannibal? Almost jumped off by accident. Did I get that waypoint? Yeah, I did. Okay. Yeah, I will hopefully be streaming during the ZZZ live stream. Hopefully. We'll probably do ZZZ live stream. Oh, I have to activate the things. Hopefully do ZZZ live stream and then we can do Genshin grinding until we get a temple tomorrow. Although, at the rate we're going right now, we almost won't get another temple today. Can you blow up, please? You can hit this, maybe. Yeah. If a human eats a monkey, is he a cannibal? Yeah, exactly. I don't think humans should eat monkeys. I think it's a moral wrong to do that on some level, personally, because I feel they are too similar to humans. But not even, honestly, not even a similarity. I think they're just too intelligent. I don't think we should eat creatures that demonstrate a lot of intelligence, which honestly means we probably shouldn't eat a lot of creatures by my definition. And hey, for what it's worth, I don't. Okay? I do stand by these statements. But like, anyways, no, a human eating a monkey is not a cannibal, obviously. But a human eating a monkey, depending on your personal moral standards, may or may not be a moral wrong. This just goes up and doesn't give me anything for going up, right? Is there an achievement for it? I had to teleport back anyway, so may as well find out. We kind of taste like chicken, so I've heard, yes. How about a monkey eating a human? I mean, if a monkey eats a human, that probably was just because the human deserved it. I don't know how I ended up going at an angle there. But... oh, camera. Rip. Okay. It's the only thing here, right? Hello. Didn't mean to kill it. Okay, open. Alright. Alright. If I looked kind of like a cow, I'd feel super weird and guilty about eating cow meat. I mean, that's fair. But what if you liked food as much as Varessa does? I don't disagree. I'd feel weird too. I just think it's just feeling weird isn't really justification enough. If Varessa's standards are that she just wants to eat what tastes good, and she doesn't consider herself a cow because obviously she's not a cow. She just has cow-like features. I don't know. Anyways. It's the same thing as the monkey thing. Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't think she maybe should. If she is, I don't know. The thing is, Varessa is much more human than she is cow. I think Varessa is more closely related to monkeys than she is a cow. Right? Like, just because she has horns doesn't mean she is literally a cow. So I like... also, yeah, maybe it doesn't even... maybe the burger doesn't contain beef. Why are you assuming her burger wasn't a vegan burger? Yeah, anyways. What are we at? Let's see. Dang, not bad. Alright. Yeah, not bad at all. Alright, cool. Let's go here. Is this what's gonna trigger... This one is what triggers going into the final area, right? So we can go and like turn in quick. We are farming for Escoffier C1 on Polearms only ginseng. We want to get C1 because I specifically want to make the Candice, Escoffier, Shenhe, Rosario team better. That's all. I want to make it close to equivalent to the Xiangling team in performance. And I have a 25-75. Not a guarantee, but a 25-75, which is close enough to a guarantee that I figured it's worth the risk for. I'll be a little sad if we lose, but, you know, we'll be whatever it will be. Alright. There's 100 primos. So we may as well go to the Tablet of Tomers. Is your game glitched? You can't max out your Tablet of Toma? Nobody can. Your game is not glitched. Natlan is not done. They're being weird this year. Thank God I held good. Wait, good to think I held back. Was close to get banned. What does that mean? Was I threatening to ban you for some reason? I don't know why I was. I don't think I was. At least. But, anyways. Okie dokie. Isn't it closer to 60-40 than 75-25? Based on what information? The last information I heard is that the estimate is still it's a 75-25. If you've lost two 50-50s in a row. But I could be wrong. That could be out of date information. That is, we have more accurate information, or we have more accurate data now, and I haven't looked into it in a little while. enough people have triggered capturing ratings. We should have a much better data. Should have a much better data to fit the theory to correctly guess that. So I don't know. Maybe I should look quick. As much exploration you want to do dailies in this account till 6.0. Hopefully, that would be nice. That would be nice. Oh yeah, good lord. I think you are correct. I have meaningfully more exploration points. I have meaningfully more exploration points on Polearms only than I do on my main account right now. I think my main account is about 130. Looking like a 9 to 5 with the hours you're putting in. Yup. We're at 55. He says, saw there was an updated history theory some months ago. Let me see if I can find it. Ruh. That is a long ways away. But yeah, we're planning to get to Pity Tars and not much time left, so grinding a 9 to 5 it is. How long is the stream? 5 hours and 20 minutes? Good lord. Alright. We did the temple, to be clear, like 2 hours ago, almost, I think, at this point. And we have over half of another temple, which is good. Because it means tomorrow... What did I estimate for tomorrow? I estimated 180 from the event, plus 150 dailies. 330. So, you know. So, 1600 minus 330 minus the wish we have. Need to get to 1110 primo gems. We're only 300 primo gems away from another temple tomorrow. Because that's factoring in dailies in the event.
Unleash! By ordinance divine! Up to the freezer! Let's move! Manifest! Gonna go back to it!
Nope, there is no standard banner Polearm character. That was part of the idea of doing Polearms only in the first place. Was like, hey, there's no standard banner Polearm. Let's see how painful that is. Turns out,
Your master's bidding!
it doesn't really matter. It would be nice to have someone to lose their 50-50 too, but it also doesn't really matter.
Unleash!
I just canceled my... Oops.
A little amuse-bouche! Obey! Cryo incarnate! On my... A burst of sleep! Unleash! Quick as a flash! Let's... Judgment! Lights out! Manifest!
Are we supposed to destroy these things? I think we are.
Control breathing!
Rude.
Obey!
Oh my god.
Don't disturb me.
You pulling for if you lose this? If we lose this, then either if Eon-san winds up on Emily's banner, I'd be fine with using the guarantee on Emily. It wouldn't be preferable. It'd be better to save it for a new Polearm unit, right? But I'd be fine. She's the character I'd be most fine with getting constellations on. Even though they're very unnecessary, but that's specifically on the condition of Eon-san being on her banner. Because honestly, that's the most valuable thing to wish for existing characters in the game at this point, is trying to get M2 Hugo true. Oops. Is trying to get to C4 Eon-san in particular. C6 would be kind of nice, but not needed. particularly because I really don't have the build to take advantage of C6 Eons on that meaningfully, but it would still be of minor benefit for the duration extension and whatnot. But anyways, hello Michaela. Is this a viewer or not? It's gonna break my question. Hello. Who is this? Anyway, favorite playable character from each region. Oh, that's a specific question that I kind of like. Inazuma Yai, Liyue Lanyan, Mondstadt. Mondstadt. Unfortunately, I'm not an albedo enjoyer. He's never shown up at a time where I felt like made sense. Characterization wise, I do like albedo. Am I supposed to get on here? Probably. Barrel conches, yes. Go ahead. Oops. What? Go ahead. Do. Okay. I'm guessing I get this when I go onto this dragon. But yeah, I after the most recent Mondstadt story in particular. There we go. After the most recent Mondstadt story in particular, I do like albedo a lot more. Having a story bias for him does make me like him more. But I think it's going to have to be official. Official is just enjoyable to me. Official, I think, will be Mondstadt. Yai Inazuma, Lanyan Liyue. Sumeru. Favorite playable character of Sumeru. Rosario I do like a lot too. It's true. Lanyan, interesting, I guess. Shenhe. I mean, we're just using Shenhe because we're on Polearms only, and playing Escoffier teams. So you know, I do like Shenhe, but she's not my favorite Liyue character. Sumeru. Struggling with Sumeru. I'm sorry. Staff of Scarlet Sands. Oh yeah, Dia. I forgot about Dia. I forgot Dia's a Sumeru character for some reason. Sorry. Yeah, Dia, of course. No, yeah, Dia. I like Dia a lot more than I like Staff of Scarlet Sands. What if I do account fixing on Twitch? I mean, I have to do account fixing more in general to do that, but I might do it in the future. Yes. The problem is live stream brain is hard to. It's a lot. It's a way bigger pain in the ass to edit live stream content than it is to edit non-live stream content. So, yeah. Anyways, I am not where I was supposed to be. So Dia for that. The Fontaine. Okay, if Arlecchino counts as a Fontaine character, Arlecchino, I guess. Although I really like Farina. I also like Clarin gameplay-wise a lot. Can we? Okay. But I don't think Clarin would be there. It'd either be Arlecchino or Farina, right? I think. For when's the Lanyan video coming out? Hopefully this weekend. Feeble. I think I type by. Oh, this is going to be a slight problem. Well, it's going to take a second.
In your dreams, unleash.
Do-do-do.
Stronger. Let's go. My time.
What? Where did I die from?
Full speed ahead.
Great.
Quick as a flash. Yeah, start the clock. Form first.
I'm gonna die if I do that.
Coach will take it from here.
Oh my god. Bro, stop pooping fire everywhere.
Step aside.
Okay,
A rest day.
just leave.
No escape.
Why is there another person trying to join?
Fate.
Oh my god. Dia is greater than Kave? Oh yeah. I play and enjoy Dia way more than Kave. Kave is fun to muck around with, but in small doses. Suggestion because some accounts are so bad, having viewers will help ease up the time. Yeah, that's fair. Yes, this is Polearms only, Barca. So yeah, Fontaine. Oh, I forgot about Shivers though. Fontaine has a lot of good characters that I like the kits of, and I like. Farina again is a character that, like, in my opinion, again, is only truly problematic as much as they make healers that are too strong. In my opinion, that's my perspective on Farina. Farina is only as broken as the healers in the game are broken.
Has somewhere to call home is naive. I got used to living in the mountains a lot.
As long as healer balance is kept in check, Farina is not a broken character. So, I don't know. But the fact that healer balance is no longer kept in check means I think Farina is kind of a problem. But, so you know what? I'll give it to Arlecchino. I like their balance of characterization and whatever. But Fontaine is a hard one to pick, honestly, on a balance of kit-wise and whatever for kits I like and etc., etc. But Arlecchino, I'll give them credit for, like, being like, holy crap, they can make an on-field DPS character I really enjoy. up until Arlecchino's release, there was not really a single on-field DPS character I super strongly enjoyed, right? Like, it was all like Dia, sure, I enjoyed then, but was, you know, Dia's not entirely on-field. She's more like short field time. Anyways, yada yada. And they also released Chlorinde and Zethos, who I also like as on-field characters. So, you know. Anywho's Twitch name? The Twitch name would be Solunera. It's linked in my description, I believe. And Natlan. Lanyan again. Can I pick Lanyan twice? Sitlolly. There you go. Natlan, I picked Sitlolly. Should I go over Kanich, Ride next banner, or save? Do you really like one of them? Yeah, let's switch to this will feel better. Because I like Kanich. He is pretty decent. Neither of the two IML have much reason to get if you don't like them. Don't like the idea of playing them. Kanich is a little lacking in team options, but pretty decent overall, if you don't mind the spinny gimmick.
And there is clearly a limit to the red
The spinny gimmick.
That's why I loathe crowded areas.
Let's go back. Any elder? I don't want to like awash. Like, I have more thoughts about Kanich than that, of course, but I don't want to drown them in all my thoughts on Kanich. It depends. Yep. What is like a low investment? What is this? Let's see. Let's see. They're AR-55. Okay. They have a Escoffier. If I see you have a Escoffier, the Skirk will be a good on-field DPS unit to pair with her next patch, if interested. Don't know if that helps. LOL. Maybe just makes the decision harder. It's very fortunate to get her Navi, and Navi's wow, what the frick. Nice.
The assumption that every person has somewhere to call
That's a lot. Also, the
I got used to living in the mountains.
wishing for Escoffier, then Navia, and going on weapon banner, while also being interested in getting Kanich, and being interested in getting Skirk. That's a choice. I have a feeling this AR-55 player maybe spent some money, but that's fine. I understand. Dane's life will be playable. Yeah, we'll see when. Anyways, what am I getting hit by now? Also, the sun is in my eyes. The sun is telling me to stop streaming. Dane's life is Hydro. Yeah, maybe. He's Hydro and he's reliant on Escoffier. Oh no. He's Hydro and has to be locked. He loses half of his multipliers if he with the full Hydro Cryo team. I can't use Eons on here anymore. Okay, I need to shut the blinds. I can't freaking see. Ah, it's blinding me. If my voice is quieter, it's because I had to lean back right now. I'm leaning back in my chair so that I can actually see and not be blinded. Which means I might be a little bit quieter, but it's fine. I will try to speak louder. No. What? I hate this thing. What? Punch? Why? Oh, I have to use the E. That's why. Skirk will be decent on a sword-only account. That's a good question. Do you buff normal attack damage in your burst? You do. Right? Doesn't he? I thought he buffed normal attack damage in burst. Oh wait, he does. He increases normal attack damage. Okay. Ayato support for Skirk. Farina also exists, but you don't have a Escoffier. You don't have a healer in Hydro Cryo. You do have Layla and Dahlia. Yeah, I think Skirk should be pretty decent. Like, it's not going to be incredible, but you have options of doing weird things like Ayato support with her, burst support Ayato, Xingqiu in an invested build, Kaya should be okay, Layla should be usable, Dahlia should be usable, both just are Calamity Event Eshu enablers. It should be pretty decent, yeah. And then you can leave Farina available. Like, she should be good enough in those teams to leave Farina available for another compelling team, right? Is the idea. supposed to do? Okay. What am I doing? Okay. Why is this bowl so annoying? I think I have to defeat this thing. Can I leave?
Obey. Manifest.
Oh my god.
Unleash. Pinnacle of excellence. Adaptive frosting.
Okay. What? Why is this back? Where's the thing? Okay. I figured I had to do that. I just didn't expect it to float on its own back. Why is it so hard to run? Why? Just run! Oh my god. Yoink. Okay.
Huh, this chest is
I know this
pretty
isn't
good
even
at
the
keeping
quest,
things
but you know,
fresh.
there's no reason not to explore over here. What? Okay. God dang it. Not done yet. Where's the thing that I just dropped? Where is it? It's over there. Just get a new one. Alright. If you get around Chi-Chi's ER issue, she does enough for Farina and can do okay damage thanks to clam set. It's fair. Yeah, that is an option.
Manifest.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Skirk. There's definitely good enough team options that I think Skirk should be pretty good on that. I still think it might be the smarter play to save Farina though for another team. But I do think Skirk should be pretty good on a sword only account. Okay. This is getting real tedious. Oh my god. Okay. Oh goody. Why there's so many parts to this thing? It's taking so long to do this thing.
By ordinance divine. Manifest.
Having Varess is no, I mean not having Eons on here is killing me.
Obey.
And the enemies are also more tanky because co-op, which is wonderful. Because Genshin's co-op is perfectly designed. I love how like the dumbest thing about Genshin co-op for exploration is how like they just assume that everyone's going to be near each other 100% of the time. Like the assumption of okay, we should make enemies more tanky and not let people have like a full normal team is on the assumption that one, swapping is not a mechanic that is important, and two, that like people are nearby each other so that, you know, the reason enemy HP is increased because you have multiple units dealing damage at the same time. But then like in exploration, people are not going to be near each other at the same time. So like, I don't know. Anyways, why are you in co-op? Because someone joined and wanted Escoffier barrel conches, which I let them in on a whim. I could have denied letting them in, but I think it's more fun to let people in co-op. But then, yeah, anyways. Game is designed in ways that makes it a little bit annoying to do. Oh well. It's fine. Just took a little bit longer. You're gonna stop, right? 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 I don't know where you're going. I don't know if the enchant was just for that. Does a story quest give 60? It technically gives 120 if you count the FOMO gems, which I've already done. Sunlight in my eyes. Where's it going? Is it just gonna go rest on the ground? I'm just taking a ride for no reason. I think that is correct. Okay. This is just doing a loop. Okay, I'm just taking a ride for no reason. All right. We can float down over that direction at least. Let it get a little bit higher. Cracks in the sky are normal now? Yeah, completely normal. Mm-hmm. See a chest all the way over there. Not gonna go get that right now. Hello? Oh, is this thing again? Oh dear. Should I try this again? It's probably better than I have a Escoffier engine here. Get my revenge. Good job. Stop exploding at me! What? How did you put electro on me? You're doing electro attacks? You are. Oh my god.
Unleash.
Can't trigger Fav on either of them, which is incredibly annoying. Also, there's bombs here. I didn't even notice that before.
A little amuse bouche. Boost on the loose. Manifest. Obey. By ordinance divine.
Oh. Bye. Now, you stop.
Unleash. Manifest. Pinnacle of excellence. Unleash. Cryo incarnate.
Please, kill it. Alright, we're good. Sick. Worth it. Bye. Have fun with Esco. Alright. You forget we're inside a volcano. This is true. Don't want that. What? Whatever. Okay, this person still hasn't left. It feels rude kicking him, but... I want my eons on back so I don't have to use this bowl. See, I support Varessa's, even if it is cannibalism, I support Varessa's cannibalism because these things deserve to be eaten. And it doesn't matter who eats them. They can eat themselves. I'm fine with cannibalism in this context. They're annoying. Just go this way. You need to knock that down. I was going the wrong direction. Sincho, Shalodan, Z2, Sitlali, Crit Nilu. Should work pretty okay. It will be worse than Escoffier, but, you know, should work okay. Cooldown on the bowl is indeed too long. Where is this Oculus? I'll get the waypoint first. Where is the Oculus, though? In the mud? Lag for some reason? Oh, is the person leaving? Alright. Pulling for Red Horn and Chronicle Banner be more resin efficient than pulling for Kenichi's signature? Resin efficient? I don't think it has anything to do with resin efficiency. It wouldn't be more wish efficient, no. Well, okay. Red Horn is probably a better generic stat stick weapon than Kenichi's weapon. So, I guess yes, in that level. But it also costs more wishes to get a weapon on Chronicle Banner that it does on normal weapon banner. So, you know, Primogem efficiency wise, no, it's worse Primogem efficiency as far as cost of getting a 5-star cost versus 5-star cost. There we go. Plant. God. What? Why is it on? Why is it on this quest again? Stop it. Anyways, but yeah, the confounding factor is, of course, the other weapons are better. So it mostly, I think, would come down to how many wishes do you have total? Are you for sure going to be able to save enough for, like, you don't, like, how much does, like, the extra 20, 30 wishes it might cost you to get Red Horn going to be, plus, like, because it's a worse weapon for Kanichi, obviously, but it's also just a more generic weapon, right? So it might be better for some other Claymore units for you in the future. But also it's not so good that it, like I don't know. The problem is, like, Skyward Spine exists. And Skyward Spine is such a good generic weapon that it kind of invalidates many a reason to care about getting it. Getting a generic Claymore stat stick, crit stat stick, right? So I don't know. Anyways, not sure if I have enough. However, I think it might be nice if I have Spare Pity in the Sumeru Chronicle. I mean, but the problem is, though, if you lose to something that's not useful to you, then, I mean, the normal weapon banner is the same way, I guess, in this context. So I guess that's fine. So yeah, I don't know how useful is it if you lose to Engulfing Lightning or a standard banner weapon, and how useful is the weapons on the Inazuma Chronicle banner, the non-Red Horn weapons, right? I'd say is the value factor there. Realistically, that's the more important thing here. But I don't know, like, saving for Sumeru Chronicle banner is like a thing I guess you can do. Dia's weapon and Tignari's weapon will be available then, at least. But keep in mind, you don't save a guarantee, though. You're just saving the pity. So, like, you're still gonna potentially need, at minimum, you're still gonna need, at minimum, 75 wishes for a future Chronicle banner, assuming you, like, stop at 73 pity. So I don't know. So I don't know. It's hard. It's not. Neither of these weapon banner situations are very good. But if you need a 5-star weapon for Kanichi because you like him enough that you want to get higher investment on him, I don't know. Did you consider C1 Kanichi instead? Because C1 Kanichi is quite good. Right. But obviously the weapon has the value for potentially someone else. That's always the weird factor with weapons as well, is if they can be relevant for someone else. I mean, yeah, you can save your pity on Chronicle Banner. It has your pity save, but it doesn't save a guarantee. There's no guarantee save, but there is pity being saved. So, you know. Stop shooting me. So yeah, I don't know. Go check out whatever KQM guide, whoever else's guide. See how much of a damage increases C1 versus Weapon R if your priority is specifically Kanichi more than anything. Because maybe it's just a lot more valuable to go for C1 Kanichi. And then you, and then you get the side benefit of, if you lose your guarantee, or you lose your 50-50 on there, hey, at least that's one, building towards capturing radiance in the future. Two, a guarantee you could save for a future banner if you choose not to use that guarantee for H, right? So, I don't know.
Keep pushing.
I feel like as far as high investment things on Kaniche go, that's what I would lean towards. But I also say that as someone who, you know, has like an R5 Serpent Spine available. I have Wolf's Gravestone available. Like, I already have a 90% crit rate build on Wolf's Gravestone, so like I don't really see myself getting much value from Kaniche's signature weapon, for example, right? Can you see when it's good and now Uncraftables isn't that far behind? Yeah. Anyways, oh no.
Keep pushing.
Mhm.
Keep pushing.
Oop, oop. You're supposed to jump up this? Yeah.
Keep pushing.
Oh, okay. Don't think that was supposed to happen. Nubilet will work well with Skirk. I mean, yeah, Nubilet's new best team might technically be Skirk, Escoffier, Farina. At C0 Nubilet. C1 Nubilet muddles things. But Skirk, Nubilet, Farina, Escoffier might be Nubilet's new best team, technically. So, you know. At least one meta use case for burst DPS Skirk. Wee. Yeah, I think Skirk will be fun. For any kind of... I think her weird mix of utility in various
We'll
forms
take it from here. Quick as a flash.
is gonna make her a fun character. Don't know why that starts there. Maybe later.
Stay out of my way.
I already done that before. We don't need to. Free to play weapon for Mav. Tidal Shadow.
To motivate the rock climbers.
Fontaine craftable, if I recall. We are at 55 pity. Oh. I see. I think we do have to do Okanoton. Hey, we got 80%. Well, I think we have hit a roadblock. Yes. So that's where, like, what does this say now actually, by the way? Doesn't say anything. Never mind. Okay. So yeah, that's, you get the other one from Okanoton, right? I think we will work on that. Not right now. I've been going for 6 hours. But if I recall, you get the other one from Okanoton. Or is it somewhere else? Just to make sure. I guess I could look it up. But this should be easy to look up because we can just look up the golden entreaties. Oh my god, I opened so many tabs this. Blap, blap, blap. Close all these dang tabs. Close all these dang tabs. Golden entreaties. This one, the wiki should be fine for. Okay, this doesn't help. Oh no, it is. Okay, okay, cool. So, yeah, it's a Okanoton. All right. Yep. Cool. So there we go. We do have to do Okanoton. That's what I kind of expected. Just didn't. I thought it was going to be a prerequisite, not for completing most of the volcano. Instead, it's just you can't do the final bit of the volcano until then. But hey, we got to 80% exploration. We got the FOMO gems, and we're almost done with that, which will give us a little bit more primogems. And we have, I think we have enough that we'll be able to do a temple, or very close to doing a temple after dailies tomorrow, right? Depending on how many primogems we get from the event, right? So we only will need to farm like 60 primogems, which might actually be basically no primogems because of sigils. Yeah. So I think we'll basically be able to do a temple immediately tomorrow after dailies and the event, which is cool. So actually, very good progress in farming today, because that'll put us at 65 pity tomorrow. And we just need a little bit more. We'll have to go find a couple chests, of course, but that's fine. Okay. And going through Okanoton will probably get us quite close, hopefully, to getting the next level in the statue, which I think is the final level I can get. So yeah, standardish. Okay, Star Glitter refund. Rosaria C6. I mean, hey, actually, you know what? Okay, that's a good thing. Why? Because one, I think that was early, or maybe it wasn't. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was. As an early 4-star, 2-star glitter is fine, because that means no matter what 4-star we get next, unless it's one we literally don't have if it's an off-rate up, as long as it's not a brand new 4-star, we will get 2-star glitter, which is a wish refund for the next temple. Because before we only had 1-star glitter, now we have 3, so we have guaranteed wish refund as long as it's not an off-rate up of a character, of a 4-star character we don't have, which I don't think is many. Is there a 4-star character I don't have, actually? No, I have all 4-star characters. Okay, never mind. So, it is literally impossible for us to not get a wish refund from the next temple, which is good. Oh wait, shoot. Never mind, there's 2 4-stars. I lied. There is a very small chance of not getting a wish refund now. So, that's good. That actually saves us farming time. That's my point. You know what, I will, just so we can like actually start the... Well, no, never mind. I was gonna say so we can start the stream tomorrow with farming. Yeah, we'll do the event tomorrow, we'll do dailies, and then we had to find like a couple chests to be able to do a temple. That's what we'll do tomorrow. So yeah. Anyways. The evil and conniving journalist. If I end up not getting a wish refund because of getting an off rate of Charlotte or Sethos, that would be very funny. But see. Anyways. Yep. Well, that's that. I'm gonna go take a break. Hopefully work on a video for you guys for the weekend. Maybe tomorrow if I feel like posting it tomorrow if I get it done. But we'll hopefully schedule a stream, or well, we'll hopefully be doing Zenless stream whenever the Zenless thing goes live, which is 6 a.m. my time, aka 10 hours from now. So, yeah. Anyways, good progress today. Actually, very good progress today. Bye-bye.